1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Третий канал. Третий канал. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Раз, два, три, раз, два. 1. Давай, знай. Говорю, я все время говорю. Раз, два, три, раз, два, раз, два. 1, 2, 3. А в чем? Как?
The humankind had been always seeking to acquire new knowledge. Scientists had been trying to unveil the secrets of reason. Inventors had been moving the progress forward.
We had been building a new world together.
Everyone needs time to reset and rethink.
Almost 100,000 small businesses.
Thousands of protesters took to the streets of various European cities on Saturday
The music
to
festival
denounce
is going ahead in
COVID-19
the
restrictions
this weekend. It's nice of West
90-year-old now well, she'll go down into history. She's the first person in the world to receive the Pfizer vaccine against COVID-19.
Hi there. Hello.
Hello.
What will we do now? Will we be building or rebuilding the new world?
Selamat Sezdermir, Privyet, welcome and hello to everyone, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Riz Khan. It's my honor to be back as the host and MC of the 17th Eurasian Media Forum. It's great to see that this event, launched in 2002 in Almaty, is still going strong after almost 2 decades. Much of that's due to the amazing support the forum has had from the country's leadership, and it's time to hear from some of those key people right now as we begin the formal opening of the event. And I want to start by welcoming the Secretary of State, the State Secretary of Kazakhstan, who can introduce the messages of welcome and support we've had from the first President and the current President of the country. Please give a very warm welcome to Klimbek Kusharbayev.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I greet you at the 17th Eurasian Media Forum. I wish you all successes in today's activity. This is a traditional forum that discusses many topics of exceptional meaning and magnitude. The world has changed. The pandemic, the global economic recession, bloc thinking, lack of trust between the states, technological war among the leading wars, and changing in many norms that earlier were uniting people, today are dividing the world. And that makes the mission of this forum, which has become an acknowledged international platform, more valuable and weighty. We greet our distinguished guests and colleagues in our new capital, the city of Nur Sultan. Now that we are having 30th anniversary of our independence, we're ready to report to you about our successes and achievements made due to the policy introduced by the first President Yeltsin Nursultan Nazarbayev. The successful work of the forum finds more significance because it is supported by the leaders of the country. Allow me to communicate to you the address from Yeltsin, the first president, and the president, Mr. Nazarbayev and Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. To participants and guests of 17th Eurasian Media Forum, it is my pleasure to greet the guests of 17th Eurasian Media Forum. The forum has become a solid platform for the exchange of various opinions by politicians, mass media, and leading experts. Those groups discuss most topical questions and affairs of the global community. This is for the first time in our history that the forum is taking place in the online format, but that doesn't curb us from discussing the most topical problems of Eurasia. This year we are celebrating 30th anniversary of our independence. It's been a complicated way, but the final result is now being acknowledged by leading nations of the world. By 2050, we must become a member of the group of 30 most developed states on planet Earth. Our progress ahead is based on the unity of all nations and ethnic groups. I suppose that under present conditions and new global challenges, as well as struggle against the pandemic, the unity consolidation must become the platform for the mankind. I wish all forum participants fruitful discussions. May your work result in global recognition of the fact that the development of modern world is possible through unity, dialogue, and mutual respect. Nursultan Nazarbayev. To participants of Eurasian Media Forum, dear distinguished participants, it is my pleasure to greet you at the 17th Eurasian Media Forum. In 19 years of existence, it became one of the leading media platforms in the country and whole region. This event traditionally unites talented journalists and media managers, famous politicians, and reputable experts. The broadband of the width is far away from the limits of media. The global transformation and fundamental tectonic shifts make it topical to keep the track of latest developments, discuss most acute problems, and seek out ways for joint resolution of same. Today, there is a public demand to receive good quality information, particularly information helping us to struggle fake news. Today, we'll discuss a lot of topical affairs and approaches. New realities impose new mission and targets on which the future will depend. Augmented digitization changes the habits and preferences of the audience. We are now seeing new formats and ways to convey the information. The discussion of this topic will give another impulse for the development of mass media. I'm most certain that very saturated shall be the session dedicated to 30th anniversary of independence. We have the unique experience from the preservation of inter-ethnical peace and public accord. We maintain open dialogue and multi-sided partnership, and we can report that the forum does not only facilitate the development of media trends, but also establishes new horizons for international cooperation. We are always interested in the promotion of constructive agenda in all spheres, including media and creative artistic industry. I wish all participants of this media forum fruitful and successful work. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev.
Distinguished colleagues, allow me to wish constructive dialogue to the participants of the forum, a lively discussion, and all the best for the work of the forum. Thank you.
A warm thank you to State Secretary Krimbek Kusherbayev. Now, to someone who's been a major friend of the conference since it began, and to present his message, please welcome the Assistant to the President of Armenia, Gevorg Melikyan.
Distinguished Darga Nursultanovna, distinguished Mr. Kusherbayev, guests, participants of Eurasian Media Forum, allow me to welcome all the people present here in the audience and those connected online. Eurasian Media Forum is a unique, multi-layered event. It was created in the heart of Eurasian space in Kazakhstan, and the forum is able to combine both theoretical and practical components of Eurasian integration. It covers many dimensions of our societies: domestic policy, geopolitics, development, hybrid threats, education, modern journalism, virtual space, blogs, future tech, futurology, globalization, and many others. In the beginning of 2000s, when the idea first appeared to create this annual forum, we could not even imagine that it will become one of the brands for Eurasian space and Eurasian integration. But time has proven it, and together with you, we can see that we have a self-sufficient, effective, and creative modern platform for an open, direct dialogue and support of professional development of the Eurasian media, and also to generate and test new approaches and solutions in various areas. The world around us is changing rapidly and irreversibly, and is being transformed. I call that a quantum transformation, when it's the whole shift, not only of the whole, but of the components as well. When each individual or a separate event, such as a pandemic, can change the course of history for the better or for worse. Our job is to be prepared to these challenges and changes, and to have the required intellectual and technical means to resolve these tasks, including the use of AI. Platforms like Eurasian Media Forum create a great opportunity to learn more about new challenges and problems and talk about possible solutions. I would like to thank everyone who has inspired and created this forum, and I wish that this platform remain relevant for the upcoming years and remains the place of productive meetings and active discussions. Using this opportunity, I would like to congratulate our brothers in Kazakhstan with the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan's independence. Kazakhstan is a country with a bright future and great people with a lot of historical heritage, and the country is rich in human resources. Once again, welcome everyone, and I congratulate you with the opening of the 17th Eurasian Media Forum. I wish you very productive work. Signed, President of Armenia, Mr. Sarkisyan.
Warm thanks to President Armen Sarkisyan of Armenia for his words of support, and to his assistant Gevorg Melikyan for delivering them. Well, since the Eurasian Media Forum first began, there was one key person who was a fixture of the event, sitting in on most of the sessions, encouraging participation in the discussions, and also promoting her country to the hundreds of people who came from all over the world to attend the conference here in Kazakhstan. She has truly lived up to her long-running role as the chairperson of the Eurasian Media Forum, so please a warm welcome for Dr. Dariga Nazarbayeva.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the 17th Eurasian Media Forum is here, and I welcome all the participants of the forum. Despite the pandemic, in the capital of Kazakhstan, in the city of Nur-Sultan, we have the guests here, and I welcome them, and I also welcome those who have connected online. We have met together, and the meetings and exchange of opinions is very important for us. This online format is difficult, and during this meeting, we are thinking about the current events, and because of the pandemic, we were living in fear for many years. Many of us have lost the loved ones, but despite the difficulties, despite the challenges, we are meeting here again. And today, I'm very happy, and I'm happy to announce that we are opening the media forum. This year is very significant for us. It's the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan's independence. The 30 years of independence mean 30 years of peace, creation, and state building and civil society building. 30 years ago, collapse of the Soviet Union led to creation of new independent states. In these years, there were different events among our neighbors. At a glance, it's quite difficult to identify some patterns because there were so many differences, both in the initial positions and also the vectors and trends of development. But I believe that the last 30 years have proven that in a developing world where we don't have yet a sustainable political, economic, and social system, political and civic culture development trajectory is largely affected by the will of the leader, by the will of the society. And we could talk a lot about theory, about advantages of various political systems. We could talk about crossroads of history, and indeed, the initial conditions play a significant role, as well as natural resources. But the personality of the leader, his vision, is key. Kazakhstan, in this sense, thanks to the personality of the first president, Mr. Nazarbayev, is taking a special place in that regard. Under his leadership, our country, in a brief historical period, was able to go through the path of gaining true independence, state sovereignty, was able to create full-fledged modern economy and dynamically developing social sphere. This wasn't easy. Our country is following this path, understanding the challenges and problems along it. But your path starts with the first step. Kazakhstan today is a responsible state which has an active position both in global politics and in Central Asia. For the last 3 decades, Kazakhstan has been acting as a country responsible for peace and security in the region. In difficult times, we always helped our neighbors. We shared our food, our grains, our fuel, our equipment. We are all concerned about the processes which are happening now in the neighboring Afghanistan. And the topic of peaceful development of this country was at the forefront of our forum many times, and I'm sure that today's forum will also become an important platform for dialogue and mutual understanding. A tragic example of Afghanistan demonstrates that happiness and prosperity could not be brought by foreign weapons, regardless of the best intents. The 30 years of independence and the 30th anniversary is also a good stop to analyze the development in the economy and modern life. The global environment doesn't recognize country borders, and there is a threat to national and cultural sovereignty. Our history, our culture, our language are true values, and protecting those values and developing those areas are now part of the global competition over the audience, over their attention and trust. And I'm sure that in the modern world, true independence and sovereignty imply the ability of countries and nations to produce competitive media content. This is certainly a challenge, and for Kazakhstan as well. In the last 2 years, the humanity has seen unique challenges. The coronavirus pandemic and the social and economic cataclysms associated with it have changed the world. And now, deep issues are obvious in almost all modern societies, in all social protection systems and healthcare systems. On the international level, we see that the whole system of international relations is being tested, and the lack of trust is key risk factor. Erosion of intergovernmental international dialogue mechanisms and trust mechanisms has started a while ago, but the pandemic has accelerated this process, and it came to a new level, to a whole new dimension, and this is worrying. Trust starts from conversation, from mutual respect, and we can see that the world is looking for new formats and new ways to interact, to communicate, and we're happy that the Eurasian Media Forum will contribute to that process. Many years ago, the first president, Yelbasi Mr. Nazarbayev, has said that despite stereotypes, the West and the East often meet on Kazakhstani land for dialogue during the meetings of global traditional religions, in the dialogue platforms of other events, and one of these platforms is the Eurasian Media Forum. We always have things to discuss. We always can look not for differences, but rather for the points where we can meet for constructive interaction. It's by no accident that the motto of our forum says 2021, the world looking for new meanings. And the Eurasian Media Forum allowed the public opinion leaders from all over the world to learn and to see the new independent Kazakhstan and fall in love with our country. I thank you, friends, for your love, for your warm feelings toward Kazakhstan and our people. As Kazakhs say, the guest has come, the happiness comes with him. Dear colleagues, allow me to pronounce the 17th Eurasian Media Forum open, and I wish everyone productive work, exciting discussions, and great impressions. Thank you for your opinion, for your attention.
Dr. Dariga Nazarbayeva, thank you very much for those words. It certainly does feel a lot like we are a family now at the forum, and it's been wonderful to see this event continue and grow from strength to strength, especially in the range of topics. Well, that marks the opening ceremony of the forum, so we move on now to the all-important content part of it. Congratulations to the video team that puts together these excellent videos that summarize the year in video pictures, because it makes you realize how much has happened over the year. Our theme this year is entitled 2021 in Search of New Meanings, a rather appropriate theme in a world that spent the last year and a half trying to deal with a pandemic, a global pandemic that has not only taken so many lives, but has also hurt the economies of most countries, severely restricted travel, and also made us think about life in a more deep way. It has also affected the way we can hold a forum like this, so thank you for your patience with our modified version. At least we are all here together, obviously including a more online participation. But as always, we have some excellent topics, and the video indicated some of those for you. Not only the pandemic's impact, but the way the environmental concerns have grown rapidly as dramatic weather changes start to affect so many countries. And of course, how the media continues to change for good and bad in so many ways. I'd like to let you know that you can take part with your questions and comments online. You can go through the website, you can send those questions and comments, or send them through the app. And we'd like to have your participation in that way. Now, it's time to get to the very first session, which I shall be moderating, and the topic is dedicated to the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan's independence. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's been almost 20 years since I first set foot on Kazakh soil, and I've been coming back every year since, with the exception of 2020. And as we all know, that was a very strange year for everyone. So in those 2 decades, Kazakhstan has become like a second home to me, and I've watched it change and grow in the most amazing way. I love it here. I consider myself an unofficial ambassador, bringing many people from around the world to come and visit this country, this beautiful country. And it was only about 10 years before I first came to Kazakhstan that it actually became an independent country as the Soviet Union dissolved, as you know. So it's really remarkable how far things have moved since then. That's why this first session is dedicated to the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan's independence. To help us see this from a number of perspectives, I have some top-level guests, some in person, some remotely, either through video messages or joining us online. So let's start getting the guests who are here to join me on stage up to join me here. I'd like to invite up on stage the chairperson of the Senate of Kazakhstan, Maulian Ashimbayev. Welcome, sir. The UNDP's resident representative in the country here, Yakub Berish. Thank you, sir. And the Deputy Executive Director of the Nursultan Nazarbayev Foundation, Igor Rogov, who also serves as the Chairman of the Commission on Human Rights under the President and is on the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe. Joining us online is the Chairman of the British Kazakh Society, Rupert Goodman. And the other panelists who sent in video messages we'll see are Valentina Matvienko, the chairwoman of the Federation Council of Russia, and Mustafa Shentop, the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. We'll be hearing from them as well. So, gentlemen and participants, thank you very much. Each will give their perspective on Kazakhstan in the past 30 years. And I'm going to start with the chairperson of the Senate of Kazakhstan, Mr. Maulian Ashimbayev, and ask for your contribution, please, sir.
Participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Dariga Nazarbayeva and other colleagues for the invitation to participate in the forum. Traditionally, the Media Forum addresses a range of important and complex topics. I have every confidence that the 17th Media Forum will be equally productive and meaningful, and will help us in our quest to find answers to some of the most critical questions of our time. The first session is dedicated to the 30th anniversary of Kazakhstan's independence. This is a tremendously significant date for our nation. A lot of information on this topic has been published or aired in past few years, and today my colleagues and I will share our perspectives and insights on the subject. I hope that you will find the conversation to be both fruitful and informative.
Dear participants of the forum, in the last 30 years, our country has achieved absolutely tremendous results in many spheres. A lot has been done for the creation and reinforcement of an independent state. From a peripheral republic of the former USSR, Kazakhstan transformed into recognized, respected, modern state. A state that firmly stands on its own legs, a state that confidently looks into the future. And today Kazakhstan is an independent state that makes its own significant contribution into international security and global development. Today we can with full confidence state that in the last 30 years Kazakhstan has ascertained itself as an independent state. Within the country, we have the full consensus that the independence is our main value. And based on such platform, the modern model of economic, social, and political development is functioning, and the model has demonstrated and ascertained its survivability and success. Any model is trialed throughout crisis situations, and in this case, we more or less successfully have passed through a number of economic crises back in the 90s, in the 2000s. Starting from the last year, we are encountering coronavirus pandemic, and despite all hardships, we preserve social and economic stability. Our model has been trialed when we were performing the power transit in the country, and the process took place in full compliance to the national constitution, the legislation of our country, stable situation, and with the preservation of the continuity of strategic course that proves our model of development. Of course, not problems have been resolved. We have some challenges and hardships that we encounter every day, but looks like today there is no country on planet Earth that would not have problems. The main thing is to have the proper attitude to the problems. They should not regress us, they should stimulate us to progress onwards. A lot has been done in the past 30 years. Today we will be discussing that topic, and I just would like to enumerate a number of facts for our distinguished guests. We have fully formalized state institutions and state administration system. Of vital importance was a delimitation of national borders. By 2005, our country, the first one among post-Soviets, fulfilled the delimitation of all inshore borders, more than 13,000 kilometers. We have gotten used to talking about that with confidence. 13,000 kilometers of the national border. Let us analyze, is it much or not that much? If to compare that figure to broadly known indicators, this is far more than the diameter of the Earth, which is 13.7 thousand kilometers. That was a very scrupulous work, meter per meter, approval for each meter of the national border. Then we signed the Convention about the legal status of the Caspian Sea that finally settled down all frontier questions in the Caspian. One of the bright demonstrations of our independence is, of course, our new capital, Nur-Sultan, where today's forum is taking place. The young Kazakh capital is the city of the dreams that have been realized for hundreds of thousands of citizens of Kazakhstan. Today we have more than 6% of the total population domiciled here. This is not one of the youngest capitals only, but demographically, this is one of the youngest cities in the world. The average age here is 30 years. And at the same time, each fifth citizen of the city is a child below 9 years of age. 22% of the citizens of the city are children below 9 years of age. That indicates at high demographic potential of this urban community. In the last 30 years, we have hopped tremendously economically. The GDP has increased by 15 times from 11 billion to 171 billion US dollars. Kazakhstan holds the share which is more than 50% of the total Central Asian GDP. Kazakhstan is Central Asia's absolute leader in attraction of foreign investments. 70% of capitals invested into the region come to Kazakhstan. Throughout the years of independence, the volume of direct investments totaled 365 billion US dollars. I can go ahead enumerating our achievements, but considering the time limitations, I would like to explain my vision of the reasons why we are so dynamically developing and so successful. I will highlight three, to my mind, most important reasons. First of all, that is the person of the first president, Елбасы Nursultan Abishevich Nazarbayev. All achievements of this nation throughout the years of independence are integrally associated with the name of our first president. It is to the merit of his working capability, decisiveness, resilience, charisma, did we manage to pass all through complications and crises of the 90s and build an independent state. For several years, I worked in various responsible posts in President's administration. I personally saw myself how each responsible decision was weighted, measured, digested, and processed by our first president. I saw the colossal responsibility he was assuming for this nation. I saw the colossal labor of our Елбасы 24/7. For the benefit of the country. I have reminded ourselves about the delimitation of the national border that exceeds the Earth's diameter. Each meter of the border was delimited as the result of most complicated negotiations that were conducted personally by our first president, Елбасы Nursultan Nazarbayev. It is my sincere belief that the strengthening of our independence, the economic development, are all to the merit of the person of our first president, his personal characteristics, his colossal activity for the benefit of this nation. Another factor of dynamic development is the openness to the world. Since the very first days of independence, we've been implementing that policy. My very good colleague, Professor Frederick Starr from Johns Hopkins Center of the USA wrote a book, The Lost Enlightenment. This is a wonderful book, one of the best books to my mind about our region. And in that publication, he quite confidently discusses geography and argues that Kazakhstan is the center of global civilization, science, arts, starting from the 8th century. Our region for almost 4 centuries was without the attraction of was an intellectual and scientific hub of the region. In our cities, there were great scientists, astronomers, philosophers, poets who made a valueless contribution into development of global civilization. That is Abu Ali ibn Sina, the founder father of modern medicine, Al-Khwarizmi, the founder father of algebra and whole new branch of mathematics, Al-Farabi, musical theoretician whom they would call the second teacher of mankind after Aristotle. And that list, I could go ahead enumerating other great persons. But at a certain stage, that very bright civilization began to degrade, and for centuries, For centuries, it would find itself in the peripheric zone of global development. Why did it happen? The most popular version is the Mongol conquest and the fading away of the Great Silk Road because of the maritime naval developments. The degrading process, as the research shows, began far before Genghis Khan and his Mongols came here. Dogmatism, zero tolerance, limited lifestyles of local elites caused the transformation of this region into a hermetic tank, into an isolated territory cut off from the most modern scientific views and thoughts. That's one of the reasons why Central Asia degraded and found itself in the peripheric zone of the global civilization. In that context, it is of utmost importance to remember that since the very first day of independence, Kazakhstan, under leadership of the first president Nazarbayev, remained open to the world, to innovation. We studied foreign experience. We adopted the best global practices that helped us to build constructive relationships with other nations, study from them, seek out new effective development models. Since the very first day, we've been implemented policy of tolerance to other confessions and ethnic groups of races. The logical continuation of our policy of openness is the openness to the region, to the whole world, to our inclination to further adopt the best practices from abroad. Another great objective is to train administrators for future state. The administrators of the new formation, we've been building modern administration system, the new paradigm for economic developments. That's why starting from the first years of independence, we assigned priority to the training of new formation of governmental officials. The Polashak program that was founded in the crisis 90s is a good tool for implementation of that. Recently, we have granted more than 14,500 stipends to talented students from Kazakhstan. So today, de facto, we can observe that the program has bred up the new generation, new genetic of state administrators. More than one half of Polashak graduates today are taking serious executive posts in business, in science, and in public administration sector. Those youngsters acquired wonderful education from best universities in the United States, in UK, in Europe, in the leading Asian states. In addition to Bolashak, all these years, Yelbasi was bringing up new human assets, promising youngsters, promoting them to responsible posts. It was all done to form the pool of national assets for independent Kazakhstan. All those reasons, to my mind, constitute the platform for all those achievements in the last 30 years. Dear forum participants, today we are stepping on the new development trail. Our President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, in his pre-election program, reported the key principles: continuity, justice, and progress. The policy is aimed at further modernization of economic and political systems in our country. That is, first of all, economic diversification, digitization, development of processing industry, as well as expansion of exports. One of the key tasks, as was established by the head of state, is the further political modernization. In the last 2 years, Kazakhstan has performed a complex set of political reforms. We have modernized our legislation about public meetings and assemblies, thus demonstrating our readiness to listen to alternative point of view and giving the carriers, the holders of the alternative points, platforms, women, youngsters, today enjoy 30% quota in the course of elections to local executive bodies. We have facilitated the registration and election processes for alternative political parties. Today we are starting the process of election of local hakims. Further reforms are ongoing with special emphasis on human rights. In general, political reforms are not to the tribute of fashion. Those are not games, democratic games with the constituencies. This is the policy of the leadership of the country. That is the prerequisite for political sustained development, dynamic economic and social development in the nearest future. We are working hard to improve the effectivity of state administration system. We want to create a hearing state. The priority of Mr. Tokayev's agenda is the proper quality of human capital, healthcare, education, social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, today Kazakhstan is a dynamically developing state. In the last 3 decades, a lot has been done. The most principal achievement is the solid platform for our independent state. But there still is a lot to be done. Reinforcing the platform of our sovereignty, we need to further develop our country based on the principles of openness to the world, tolerance and democracy. Those are the key prerequisites for effective and successful development and prosperity for Kazakhstan in the 21st century. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maryan Ashimbayev, for that fascinating look at the progress, regress, and reprogress in the region. Kop rahmet, spasibo большое. I would now like to introduce you by video message to the chairwoman of the Federation Council of Russia, Valentina Matvienko.
Уважаемые коллеги, я рада приветствовать вас на 17-м
Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 17th Eurasian Media Forum. In the years that it was held, this has become a respected, significant platform, which is highly sought for. And for many years, journalists, politicians, experts have been meeting here for open dialogue on the relevant issues. The attention of participants today is turned towards the effects on the media space from transformations in policy, environment, economy. Of course, we cannot find all answers to the challenges posed by quickly changing reality. But it is important to create an atmosphere of mutual respect for good discussions. And the organizers of the forum in Kazakhstan were always able to do so. In 2021, Kazakhstan is celebrating the 30th anniversary of independence, and one of the forum's session is devoted to that. We can learn a lot from Kazakhstan. It enjoys political stability, sustainable economic growth, the conditions are created for prosperity of people. Kazakhstan is always moving forward. President Tokayev has announced the concept of the listening state, which will promptly respond to all constructive requests of the citizens. And the society has received this approach well. It allowed the country to undergo reforms and implement large-scale initiatives. Throughout the years, Russia and Kazakhstan have been actively cooperating. There was always interaction between the presidents, the governments, the parliaments. Our relations can be called model relations. We highly appreciate the level of trust and understanding that we are enjoying. And this helps us in overcoming modern challenges. During the pandemic, our countries have supported each other, we've consulted with each other, we've exchanged experience. Kazakhstan is already manufacturing Sputnik V vaccine, which helps in vaccinating the people and overcoming the virus. the Kazakh saying says that your homeland is your fire that burns even better than the regular fire, and I am sure that this fire will help you in reaching the success. And I wish all the participants of the forum great discussion and great talks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Valentina Matvienko for sending us that message. We're now honored to have a message sent to us by video by the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, Mustafa Şentop.
İlki 2002 yılında düzenlenen ve artık gelenekselleşen Avrasya Medya Forumu'nun 17. toplantısında sizleri sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bu güzel toplantıya programın el vermemesi sebebiyle maalesef video mesaj yoluyla katılabiliyorum. Ancak bu ay sonunda ikili bir ziyaret gerçekleştirmek ve Türkpa toplantısına katılmak üzere kardeş Kazakistan'ın güzel başkenti Nur Sultan ve Türk dünyasının manevi başkentlerinden Türkistan'ı ziyaret edecek olmaktan büyük mutluluk duyuyorum. Forumun medya sektörünün gelişimine katkı sağlama ve açık diyalog ortamı oluşturma amacına ulaşmış olduğunu görmek memnuniyet vericidir. Bu vesileyle Komite Başkanı Sayın Dariga Nazarbayeva olmak üzere organizasyonda emeği geçen bütün yetkililere nazik davetleri için şükranlarımı sunmak istiyorum. Forumun verimli geçmesini ve bütün katılımcılar için yararlı olmasını diliyorum. Değerli konuklar, Avrasya Medya Forumu'nun bu yılki toplantısının Kazakistan Cumhuriyeti'nin bağımsızlığının 30. yıl dönümünü kutladığımız bir dönemde gerçekleştiriliyor olması özel bir anlam taşımaktadır. Kazak halkı uzun bir dönemden sonra 1991 yılında bağımsızlığına kavuşarak tekrar milli bir devlet ve bayrak altında yaşama bahtiyarlığına kavuşmuştur. Her ne kadar modern dönemde bağımsızlığının 30. yılını kutluyor olsa da Kazak halkının köklü bir tarihi ve devlet geleneği bulunmaktadır. Bu geçmiş aynı zamanda Türkler, Kazaklar ve diğer akraba halkların ortak tarihini teşkil etmektedir. Bu tarihi birikimden güç alarak bağımsızlığını kazanmasından bugüne kadar geçen süre zarfında her alanda gerçekleştirdiği atılımlarla Kazakistan, ülke içinde olduğu gibi küresel boyutta da barış ve güvenliğin kilit ülkelerinden biri haline gelmiştir. Bu bağlamda kurucu Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Nur Sultan Nazarbayev'in liderliğinde Kazakistan diplomasisinin dünyaya kazandırdığı önemli bir gün olan uluslararası nükleer silahların test edilmesiyle mücadele gününü kısa bir süre önce 29 Ağustos'ta idrak etmiştik. Yine Kazakistan'ın koordinatörlüğünde 1993 yılında başlatılan Asya'da İşbirliği ve Güven Arttırıcı Önlemler Konferansı süreci güvenlik anlayışına çok boyutlu yaklaşımlar getirmektedir. Keza Suriye'de yaşanan trajedinin çözümü noktasında da Astana süreciyle başlatılan inisiyatifte Kazakistan'ın rolü taraflı tarafsız herkesin takdirini kazanmıştır. Bugün 17. toplantısını yaptığımız Avrasya Medya Forumu'nu da Kazakistan'ın başarılı bölgesel ve uluslararası girişimlerinden biri olarak gördüğümü ifade etmek istiyorum. Bağımsızlığından bu yana Kazakistan'ın nüfusu içerisindeki farklı etnik halklar arasında ahenk ve barışı sağlamada göstermiş olduğu başarı takdire şayandır. Kısa bir sürede kadim devlet geleneğinden aldığı güçle yönetimi inşa etmiş, demokratik ve müreffeh bir toplum oluşturma yolunda önemli mesafeler kat etmiştir. Anayasanın kabulünden çeyrek asır sonra 30 Ağustos'ta Anayasa Günü'nü coşkuyla kutlaması Kazakistan'ın en önemli kazanımları arasında yer alan toplumsal barış ve huzurun da bir göstergesini teşkil etmektedir. Değerli katılımcılar, Türkiye-Kazakistan ilişkileri çok özel ve anlamlıdır. 30 yıl önce 1991 yılında bütün Türk Cumhuriyetleri gibi Kazakistan da bağımsızlığını ilan etmiş, bunu ilk tanıyan ülke de Türkiye olmuştur. Bağımsızlığından kısa bir süre önce 1991 yılının Mart ayında merhum 8. Cumhurbaşkanı Turgut Özal'ın Kazakistan'ı ziyareti sırasında ülkelerimiz arasında kapsamlı bir işbirliği anlaşması imzalanmıştır. O tarihten bugüne kadar iki ülke arasındaki ilişkiler birçok alanda gelişmeye devam etmektedir. İlişkilerimiz 2009 yılında Stratejik Ortaklık Anlaşması'nın imzalanmasıyla daha üst bir seviyeye taşınmıştır. Önümüzdeki Mart ayında da diplomatik ilişkilerimizin kuruluşunun 30. yıl dönümünü kutlayacağız. Türkiye ve Kazakistan arasındaki ilişkiler çok taraflı platformlarda da başarıyla devam etmektedir. Bunların en belirginlerinden birisi temel amacı Türk dili konuşan devletler arasında kapsamlı işbirliğini derinleştirmek, bölgesel ve küresel barış ve istikrara katkıda bulunmak olan Türk Konseyi'dir. 12 Kasım'da İstanbul'da düzenleyeceğimiz Türk Konseyi zirvesi bu kapsamda büyük bir önem taşımaktadır. Değerli konuklar, bu duygu ve düşüncelerle hepinize bir kez daha en içten sevgi ve saygılarımı iletiyor. Avrasya Medya Forumu'nun 17. toplantısının bütün paydaşlarına başarılar diliyorum.
It was good to get that message from Mustafa Şentop from Turkey. It's a shame he couldn't join us, but it was appreciated he could send us that message of support. Well, Rupert Goodman is the chairman of the British Kazakh Society. He's joining us online. Mr. Goodman, I'm glad you're able to join us through your online setup. Please give us your perspective on Kazakhstan 30 years on. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and greetings from London. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Nicely, thank you.
Special thanks to the organisers of this excellent conference, and it gives me great pleasure to also send the best wishes from our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. As chairman of the British Kazakh Society, it gives me enormous pleasure to congratulate the leadership and people of Kazakhstan on the 30th anniversary of independence. This year is an historic milestone in Kazakhstan's history. I first visited Kazakhstan shortly after independence and have witnessed the country's many significant changes and achievements over the past 3 decades. Kazakhstan's transformation has been extraordinary, steering a careful course from a command economy to an open, market-led economic structure. First President Nursultan Nazarbayev is the architect of Kazakhstan's success, overseeing dramatic improvements in the living standards of the people of Kazakhstan, wisely establishing stable economic relations, and creating the conditions for significant economic growth. It is clear that with its strategic geographic location and dominant position in Central Asia, Kazakhstan now plays a key international role, helping to maintain stability in the region and offering major investment opportunities. Recently, I edited the book Father of the Nation, Man of Peace, which describes how 30 years ago, following the breakup of the Soviet Union, Nursultan Nazarbayev became the first president of an independent Kazakhstan. The country faced difficult times, but through determined leadership and in the face of many challenges, Kazakhstan has become one of the fastest developing and most dynamic states in Eurasia under his leadership. The first president has initiated many international initiatives with the aim of maintaining global security, promoting economic development, and encouraging interfaith harmony. It was Nursultan Nazarbayev who took the historic decision to renounce the world's 4th largest nuclear arsenal, enabling Kazakhstan and the entire Central Asia region to become free of nuclear weapons. He is a champion of a nuclear-free world, a heartfelt mission driven by passionate belief that the experiences Kazakhstan endured in the sphere of nuclear weaponry must act as a warning to the rest of humanity. Kazakhstan's development over the past 30 years has been guided by the first president's thoughtful leadership. My book records these achievements and assesses his role as a significant world leader who has articulated a clear vision for Kazakhstan as a secure, stable, and prosperous region. The twin objectives of security and stability, combined with economic development in the common interest, have informed Kazakhstan's international outlook. The first president's commitment to global cooperation and nuclear disarmament, as well as his success in strengthening relations with existing allies and forging new international partnerships, has resulted in improved security and greater economic opportunity for the people of Kazakhstan and the wider world. His leadership and vision in the domestic, regional, and global context, and the moral and intellectual courage required to transform Kazakhstan's social, economic, and political landscape provides lessons for the wider international community. I believe that Kazakhstan's dramatic transformation since independence marks out first President Nursultan Nazarbayev as the greatest nation builder to emerge from the post-Soviet era in Central Asia and the wider region. It is important that the younger generation, as well as the international community, understands this global contribution. The first president deserves the highest recognition, particularly for his legacy to mankind in the field of nuclear disarmament. Kazakhstan's economic, social, cultural, and diplomatic success over the past 30 years provides the foundation for President Tokayev's recent State of the Nation address. Building on this foundation, the President has set out a clear strategic vision for Kazakhstan in the post-pandemic world. Supporting business, enhancing the defense sector, and promoting 5 new social initiatives will, I believe, enable Kazakhstan to emerge as a safe, peaceful, prosperous, and confident nation in this historic 30th anniversary year. So, renewed congratulations to the leadership and people of Kazakhstan, and thank you very much for this inspiring conference. Thank you.
Mr. Rupert Goodman, thank you very much, sir. Well, I thank the panelists with me on stage here for their patience as we got all those messages in. I want to turn to one of my colleagues up here now, the Deputy Executive Director of the Nursultan Nazarbayev Foundation, Mr. Igor Rogov.
Thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants of Eurasia Media Forum. Today's activity, as has been already said for several times, dedicated to 30th anniversary of independence of our country. This jubilee is a firm indication of great achievements of this nation that has created a modern and a successful state. All our achievements are the result of the laborious activity of our citizens under leadership of the leader of nation, First President Nursultan Abishevich Nazarbayev. These 30 years are a wonderful reason for us to think somehow about what has happened, and today we will hear various viewpoints by politicians, historians, economists, law enforcement officers, culture experts. All of them are righteous in their opinions, and the picture, the aggregate picture that comes as the result of various researches would not be full without the legal analysis, the analysis from the standpoint of a legal professional, how this process has been taken place and what the perspectives are. So, if to talk legally, I think it would be prudent to say that in modern history, state construction acquires various characters and patterns. Sometimes it happens because of national liberation struggle, sometimes because of the decomposition of states, revolutions, and riots. There are nuances that makes those processes different from each other's processes in the 19th century from processes in the 20th century. So today, it's not enough to take control of post office, of the governmental buildings and police stations. It's not enough to conquer the power and declare it. In the 21st century, the key principle for the foundation of a state is legitimacy. This is the central moment. Who will prove that your regime is legitimate? If you prove you are righteous, you have a new state. Legitimacy is a broader term than formal law, formal compliance to legal norms. Legitimacy envisages, amongst others, the representation of interests of various groups of population. Much better if it is the dominating part of the society. Power received from masses is very important. That is why we have referendums, elections. Many newly independent states face this question, legitimacy, and trigger some arguments. Today we hear some echoes from those arguments, but Kazakh independence, acquisition of sovereignty by our republic was exceptionally legitimate, legally legitimate. You see, all of us, we keep our own track of independence starting from December 91, and we have solid platform for that. But if to take a look at the process from the legal standpoint, then we will pay attention to the fact that acquisition of independence was taking place step by step, and one such step was the foundation in April 1990 of the post of the President of the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. And the Supreme Council of the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic elected Nursultan Abishevich Nazarbayev as the President of the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. In October 1990, we adopted a declaration about the sovereignty of the Kazakh Republic within the USSR. The next act was the election of our president on the 1st of December 1991. This is a special event that deserves a separate conversation. Not for free does our calendar contain such a date as the day of the first president. And 16th of December, we adopted the constitutional law about the state independence of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I must tell us that the legitimization process in the Republic did not end on that. The next stage was the design and the adoption by the Supreme Council in 1993 of the first constitution of independent Kazakhstan. As has been for many times pointed out by many experts and political scientists, that constitution was an intermediate draft. Not many principal questions were closed. For example, delineation of the powers and authorities. So it took us 1995 when we adopted the new constitution. And that constitution, the draft of the constitution, was brought to the national referendum. The dominating quantity adopted that constitution, approved it, and that was the indicator of its highest legitimacy. Independence of Kazakhstan and the person of Nursultan Nazarbayev in that process are interconnected and interdependent, because all the steps regarding acquisition of independence and its further reinforcement were initiated particularly by the person of Nursultan Nazarbayev. It was under his leadership that all reforms were taking place. He set all the route points, all the stages were clearly thought up, and they logically derive from each other's. His initiative, his steel power of will and personal courage ensured the success of our progress ahead. Commonly known is the personal contribution of Nursultan Nazarbayev into the text body of the document. He scrutinized several constitutions of foreign countries, and that is why, in the course of various public discussions and disputes, he would quote by heart certain provisions from other constitutions. Our constitution absorbed the best from other constitutions. Today, it is a purely Kazakhstan product. This is our national constitution. That's why when they say that Constitution of 1995 is Nazarbayev's constitution, those people are telling the truth. Interesting and attention-attracting is the following fact. Practically immediately after the adoption of the new constitution, that was back in 1995, our first president said that in the course of creation of appropriate economic, social, political platforms, we will see the process of decentralization and delegation of powers and authorities from president to government and parliament. It was then that many people, including our opponents, perceived that statement with a good portion of skepticism. They thought this is a regular pre-election rhetoric, but in 1998, 2 years later, the first significant steps were taken towards implementation of that program. When I say personal courage, fancy a head of state after adoption of the constitution. And we all think that this is for centuries. But now 3 years pass, and the head of state offers a new constitutional reformation, exposing himself to criticism. Why did he do that? Basically, he extended the time for Senate deputies up to 6 years, time for Majlis deputies up to 5 years. The headcount of the Majlis was expanded. And, dear guests, be advised, Majlis is a lower chamber of our parliament, Senate is Senate. So, today, Majlis deputies are elected on basis of the party lists. We have reinforced the control function of both the chambers of the government in the supervision of the functioning of the government. We have ascertained the constitutional status of the government as an independent collegial body, and for the lawyers it is of specific importance to know the fact that today we have the court of juries in our juridical system.
I'm a little concerned about time because we have about 10 minutes left and we have one more panelist. Can I ask you if you might be able to sum up the final bit? Sorry. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, I shall not be enumerating all the reforms that have taken place. I just want to tell us that the next stage, the reform of 2017, cutting the time for president's term, increasing the independence of the government and the parliament. So those cardinal changes took place in 2017, quite recently, and giving its evaluation, the European Commission on the Venice Commission produced the highest evaluation of that reformation. We have strengthened the human rights sphere in our constitution. We have expanded the list of constitutional values under special protection. Those are the values that cannot be changed even when the constitution is amended. That is the independence of state, unitary character, territorial integration, forms of state governance, and other principles as staked into the platform by the first president, as well as the status of the first president, which remains unchanged. We have founded the post of the Human Rights Ombudsman in our country. That position is also provided for by the Constitution, so we will have a new law about Human Rights Ombudsman. And modern development dictates the necessity to analyze our Constitution as well as its dynamic implementation in life. Our president, as has been already said today, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, in his pre-election program, declared continuity of political course. Continuity is the effective proceeding of the course of the first president. That is strengthening of sovereignty and national security. That is stability, civil peace and public accord. That is dynamic economy and powerful social policy. Today, Nursultan Nazarbayev's paradigm reflects common human and national values according to social, economic, political, humanitarian, and other demands of state and society. That's why it is obvious to all of us that strict compliance to the spirit and the text of the Constitution is the factor of our success and stability. Our Constitution is full of traditional and modern values. Thank you for your attention.
Igor Rogov, спасибо большое. And last but not least, to our panelist here who's joining us as the resident representative in Kazakhstan of the UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, Yakub Berish. And I start just by pointing out that it's 30 years ago that the UNDP started its Human Development Index, the HDI, which was at the same time as Kazakhstan got its independence, about the same timing. And I noted that in 2019, the report put Kazakhstan number 50 out of 189 recognized countries and territories the UN has. So I want to get your perspective on where things have gone 30 years on, sir.
Indeed, thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Excellency Ashimbayev and Mr. Igor Rogov, as well as the online speakers, have put a great account of the historical perspective on how the country had its journey for independence. And I come here with great admiration and respect. Of course, in that spirit, congratulate people of Kazakhstan with the 3 decades of independence. It's easier said than done. Of course, it cannot be packed into speeches to explain all the achievements. But you have right to put so. As a development organization, we have that perspective on how countries make their journeys from a development angle, and those development gains then have to be accounted in from that perspective. There's no unity on how to look at it. But as UNDP in 1990, when the development debate had been basically dominated by the story of GDP based on averages, the human development reports came with a perspective that perhaps it's better to measure the richness of human life rather than richness of economy to understand what development is. And then, of course, they looked into education beyond the income as well as health and the related indicators. So when I look at the historical account that has been shared by the speeches, I look at the results of what they achieved. And I picked up a few. Of course, implementing the key market reforms was at the heart of many things, and that started opening up many elements in the society, maybe redefined even state-society relationships. But of course, we see significant achievements in terms of poverty rates and unemployment, and this cannot come just by a historical perspective on what has been achieved. The poverty rates as well as unemployment rates is a great story achieved when you look at actually a relatively short period of time, and actually if you account the 1990s as the tumultuous period, so it's the story of the last 20 years more or less. I pick a focus, examples have been shared, the great achievement on the building a modern civil service. It is also much easier said than done, but there are a lot of efforts go into it, and this is usually the most sensitive aspect of public administration reforms. And introducing the modernity in civil service actually is at the heart of how you define state vis-a-vis the state-society relationships also. And there's a great story there too. And of course, naturally, this results in a good story of improving the public services also. The modern tools introduced into how services are delivered to people, these are the 4 elements: market reforms, social results like poverty, building the modern civil service, which is public administration reform, and public service delivery I would take as important parts. So you mentioned the Human Development Report. That actually adds richness to the story rather than highlights of achievements in one or the other area. You look at that index and comparing that to our 30-year history of the Human Development Reports. In 1990, Kazakhstan's HDI was 0.69, and today it is 0.825. This is about 20% jump, and many people who know how these indexes are produced is that it doesn't move very easily from year to year. It takes years. We are talking about a 20% jump, and we are talking about Kazakhstan being under 50, maybe this year is 51. But basically, it is at a very high human development group of countries together with Kazakhstan. So this perspective is equally important, of course, to add to all the great achievements on the political scene, on the international scene that we have heard from other colleagues. And what does that mean? For example, I'll give you other figures. I had taken notes on the educational element. Mean years of schooling, when you take it, that it increased by 3.8 years. Expected years of schooling increased by 3.2 years. So the children are able to actually have the education 3 to 4 years more compared to 1990 in the country. We are not talking about just enrollment rates, we are talking about actually taking the schooling. Life expectancy increased by 6.8 years compared to 1990. Of course, the GNI, gross national income, when you look at it, is 66.3% increase compared to 1990.
As we are approaching the end of the session, I might put a question to you based on conversations you and I have had. You say that, like many countries, Kazakhstan has to make now choices for the path forward, that it's at a crossroads. What would those be?
Well, what has brought you here does not guarantee that you can actually achieve a future that you want with the same tools. This is not only for Kazakhstan, but globally, many countries are facing choices to be made. Those are along a few lines, but it has to be done in an environment of pandemic, climate emergency, and of course maybe Kazakhstan is not directly affected, but conflicts that are going on around the world with all the displaced people. And many people have to face the challenges of whether directly facing it or the indirect effects in relation to that. And of course internally, this is also about what kind of economy you would project into the future and what kind of skills that would require, and that would have a lot of bearing on what kind of human capacity you would like to produce with your education system, be it the formal education or the other supporting systems like professional educations. And then how your industry responds to it. And you find the best balance, you invest in the right industries, you invest in the right educational systems, and then you have the right human capabilities. So that's also another important part. For Kazakhstan, what it means, and actually it's a good story to tell, is that I see that a lot of it is already happening, and we can see it in the critical strategy documents of the country. I think what is different from the past in making a choice for the future is about green transformation. And of course, it's especially important for a country like Kazakhstan because we are talking about an energy-intensive growth trajectory that has been followed so far. But you see that in low-carbon development strategy of Kazakhstan itself, actually for 2060, carbon neutrality is projected. So that requires investing into economy differently with a green perspective and hopefully to generate new types of jobs as well as income for people. Second, I mentioned the civil service reform, but there is more to be done. The country has prepared a public administration concept note and actually projects a continuation of the modernization of its public administration system. There are many elements, I will not go into it, but also supported with a social code. So that relationship between state and citizens is also to be continuously to be redefined and redefined in new ways. And finally, the digital transformation. The country has this digital and projects also investing in certain ways to all of these. My point is that all of these have to come together around a broader concept of knowledge-based economic transformation that actually brings them together rather than all strategies are defined in their own unique ways. And that is a choice to be made, yet to be defined, yet to be unpacked. And of course, it requires a lot of partnership, and that partnership is between government, civil society, as well as private sector. It's not just a government project. And of course, as international organizations, we are here to support in any way possible. We have been there since the independence. Also, we are very proud to be part of this transformation, and hopefully going and looking into the future. We share this vision of Kazakhstan that is low carbon, that is human capacity-based and knowledge-based, transformed into a Kazakhstan that the country leadership wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I was honored to be able to come for Expo 2017, which was also looking at future energy. So I think it very much was on the radar to look at how energy development will occur here. If anyone listening now and watching could they go onto the UNDP site and read the report in more detail? Can they get more information?
Sorry about
Could anyone who's taking part now as a participant,
definitely.
They could go to the UNDP website?
UNDP website, the report is available. We have Kazakhstan-specific reports. This year, it's not ready yet, but we intend to have actually a 30-year perspective on Kazakhstan development from the perspective of human development. Hopefully, they can have access to that also. But the global website has the global report that covers all countries, including Kazakhstan, and it's available online. And of course, they can reach out to us anytime that we can share also.
So your perspective was very valuable. Thank you so very much. And thank you to all the participants and those who sent messages for this first session looking at Kazakhstan's 30 years of independence. There we have to end session one, but there are many more relevant and interesting topics that are coming up. Before that, we'll give you a chance to take a break. Those of you online watching and want to grab a coffee or get some refreshments, please do come back in time for the next session, session two, which explores the impact of the COVID pandemic at a global level. That's going to promptly start at 12 p.m. local time. Enjoy your brief break, and we'll see you for the next session. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rogov. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much.
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында және әрине Халық банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық банк төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык-банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык-банк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык-банк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
no U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день вне зависимости от географии.
Времени суток.
И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее.
Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем. Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar Tass.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course.
But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy.
Там все. Уважаемые гости, мы начнем через 2 минуты. Please, we will start in 2 minutes.
Distinguished guests, welcome back for session 2. Whenever the Eurasian Media Forum announces the various topics for discussing each year, I find myself thinking there were so many major events taking place this year across the world, and that each year seems to be more dramatic than the previous year in terms of world events. Now, perhaps it's just the way someone like me thinks because I work in the media, but there's no doubt, and I think everyone would agree, that what happened over the past year and a half is something that no one could have foreseen. The whole world shutting down because of the virus pandemic. So naturally, it's a topic that has to be discussed at this forum. So session 2 is entitled, How the Pandemic Has Changed the World and Redefined New Paths to Global Coexistence. And I'm pleased to invite the moderator for this session to the stage, the award-winning broadcaster and journalist and my very dear friend, Ryan Chilco.
Salem. My name is Ryan Chilco. Thank you very much for that warm introduction, Rish. And if you're joining us today at this forum, welcome just joining us at the forum today, welcome to Nur Sultan and the second panel of the day of the 17th edition of the Eurasian Media Forum. I want to remind you, this isn't a one-way conversation. Everyone online is a participant in today's conversation. So send your questions our way via the platform, and we and the unflappable Sue Phillips will relay those questions to our esteemed panelists. Indeed, 4 of our panelists today are themselves joining us online, including, and if we can bring up the screen, Catherine Cano. Catherine, are you with us? We will begin with oh, there we go. Fantastic. Catherine's joining us from the bottom right-hand corner there. Catherine, welcome. Catherine Cano is Professor Cano, and she teaches ethics and journalism and international development. She's been a journalist herself and served as the administrator of La Francophonie, an international organization comprised of 88 French-speaking countries around the world. Catherine is streaming to us in, I guess, from her living room, is that? In Canada. Thank you, Catherine. Also joining us is Philip Saprikin. Mr. Saprikin is the Deputy Head of the Regional Center of the UN Secretary General for Central Asia. Thank you very much, Mr. Saprikin, for joining us. Philip is coming to us from Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. Thank you. Thank you. Also with us today we have Emma Chu. Ms. Chu is a global director at Wunderman Thompson Intelligence, and Emma, if I'm not mistaken, is joining us today from London. Hello. And finally, we have Michael Favorov. Dr. Favorov is an epidemiologist and expert in control and prevention of infectious disease spread, and the president of DiaPrep System. Michael, if I am not mistaken, is coming to us from the United States.
From Atlanta.
From Atlanta. Welcome. Very important city to me. And here in the room joining us today, we have Kazakhstan's Minister of Information and Social Development, Aida Balayeva. Aida, please join us on stage. And last but not least, Teresa Ribeiro. She is the OSCE's representative on freedom of the media, who's traveled here from Portugal. Teresa, thank you very much for joining us. Minister, if you would like, I know you would like to make some remarks. If you could join here from the podium, that would be fantastic. I will take your place and then we can switch. So we'll begin with a short speech and then we shall begin our discussion. Thank you.
Distinguished participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, the key topic of this forum is the way the world has changed because of the pandemic. Well, the coronavirus is a new threat for the humankind. There are examples in history when there were epidemic spreading, there was anthrax and plague and others, but for the first time in the modern world, this virus became ubiquitous, and this has affected the world and various sectors of the economy, and it affected the governance as well. But the key thing is the impact of the pandemic on us, on the human beings. In the past, the face coverings and disinfectants were rare, and now everyone has it. But along with it go deeper changes in all sectors of modern life. We need to understand how it will affect us. Will it change the way we think, the behavioral stereotypes? Will it affect the consumption patterns or educational system? It's very difficult to assess these challenges and changes, so I will try to express my thoughts. First, I think that we have learned that in addition to just manufacturing, many of us can work without being tied to their offices. Basically, the humankind was able to introduce lockdowns without much damages to many sectors, but still we had many victims of the coronavirus, over 4 million people, compared to the victims of wars, and this would be much less than 1 million. Plus, the pandemic has disrupted the travel, but thanks to information technologies, we still were able to stay in touch with the outside world, and many communications became virtual, and the world was able to respond to these changes quite quickly. Whereas in December 2020, the number of users in a well-known video conference service, Zoom, was only 10 million. In March, it has already grown to 300 million, and we spent a lot of time in our homes during lockdowns, and it affected the way we consume information as well. Certainly, human beings try to find silver linings even in difficult times, and one of these silver linings is the increase in users of online information. According to Litera's platform, the demand for electronic books has grown tremendously, and as experts are mentioning, this online consumption of literature became a safety cushion for many editorial houses, but it also allowed us to bring more writers to the forefront, and the pandemic has also increased the interest of people to the TVs. During the lockdowns, the total ratings of TV channels in Kazakhstan have grown by 23%, and I'm happy to see those numbers as the Minister of Information. Third, the pandemic has affected our economy. If we look at macroeconomic indicators, globally, it shrunk by 4.3%, which is 2.5 times more than during the global financial crisis of 2009. As it turned out, the pandemic has led to a situation when the key instrument in fighting the coronavirus became the media. The mass media came to the forefront. They were interviewing experts, creating TV shows or campaigns trying to explain the strategy of the states and also to communicate the personal responsibility for staying safe. In my opinion, the mass media has gone through two stages. At first stage, it was very important to raise awareness about the lockdowns. We needed to communicate the personal safety measures and state support measures to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. And as the whole world has seen, there was a lot of uncertainty, but I still think that our mass media did well during those challenging times. Now we are experiencing the second stage. Now the key task is to raise awareness about the need to vaccinate, to ensure herd immunity. Kazakhstan today has vaccinated 60% of its population, and that is the result of well-coordinated and organized work by the government bodies, but also there is a key role of the mass media played in this process. Without their impact, without their work, without the messages that they have communicated about personal protection and protecting of the families, without them, it would have been difficult to raise awareness, especially given the anti-vaxxers movements. This growth in information consumption has demonstrated that sometimes people are willing to consume a lot of information without critically assessing the benefits or harm from it. So therefore, the Ministry of Information in 2020 has created a special information resource to break down the fake information and myths that spread through the social media. Since the website was launched, we did the fact check on more than 1,500 fake news, and there were more than 15 million views of this content. But the reality is such that in the virtual world, some clickbaits are working very well, but they increase the level of anxiety in the population, and maybe that's where the popularity of various bloggers, anti-vaxxers, and conspiracy theorists comes from. They are not using some complex sentences, but they're able to grab attention of a big audience. So the primary objective of the state in this direction should be professional development and retraining of the current journalists. They should understand virtual psychology, ethics. They need to learn how to work with scientific databases. They need to be able to study memes and other virtual means of communicating information. Therefore, education and training of journalists should be up to the modern times, and we should distinguish between professional journalists and amateurs. That's why our ministry has signed MOUs with leading universities of the country to train and educate professional journalists who will specialize in certain areas: medicine, religion, law, IT. In the first half of this year, over 4,000 participants were registered for these training courses. Second, given the development of internet, the world is now facing cyberbullying problem. As any type of bullying, cyberbullying is also a type of aggression that should be prevented by the law. The ministry is now working on this aspect. We do respect the regulations for individual social medias, but at the same time we believe that the illegal content that violates the dignity and respect of an individual human being should not be kept online, because that is an important part specified in the preamble of the Universal Human Rights Declaration. Also, the pandemic has demonstrated that we see a development of humanitarian aid system being developed sporadically, but we need to pay more attention to raising awareness, to teach people on how to respect and support each other. And we need to support this culture through civic initiatives. And those civic initiatives could help in maintaining unity and cohesion in the society, as opposed to direct propaganda. Today, we have already understood that the key factor in the modern world is staying human in the age of the machines. And during the pandemic, we saw the frontline workers, healthcare professionals, law enforcement officers, but the journalists were also at the forefront. And many of them, at the same time, were volunteers. They were delivering food items or critical, essential items for the people. And I can see that our media personnel is doing very well in that regard. So in the end of my speech, I would like to express my gratitude to all journalists and mass media workers for their daily efforts, for their professionalism, creativity, and certainly I would like to thank the organizers of today's forum for finding out relevant issues for the agenda. Thank you.
Well, let me start by thanking the Minister for that speech. It was actually significantly more insightful than many speeches that one hears from government officials, and so we're very grateful for that. And also very grateful for the appreciation for the government for the work of journalists. That's something that all journalists can only be delighted to hear. So thank you very much for that. And you brought up a lot of topics which we're going to continue to discuss today. So very quickly, just a quick story from me. As you may have noticed, our panel discussion today is entitled "The Pandemic, How the World Has Changed, New Vectors of Global Coexistence." And that got me thinking about the first part of the title and whether the world really has changed and how big the pandemic really is in terms of a change. How impactful really will it be? Why do I say that? Because us journalists, well, we can be tendentious. Some people know this. And so I wanted to ask the question, is it really as big of a deal as we're making it out to be? People often talk about watershed moments in history everyone remembers, right? Even as they're happening around them or maybe happening to them. For my parents' generation, that might have been the assassination of JFK. For many in my generation, that was 9/11. Last Saturday, as I was thinking about this panel and we were sitting around the dinner table, it happened to be the 20th anniversary of September 11, and I was reflecting on it in our London home. Even though I'm from the US, we live in London. And I recalled that day almost by the minute to my son. No, I wasn't at Ground Zero. I actually was a CNN reporter at the time, and I had just walked into the CNN Moscow bureau to CNN's live pictures of the World Trade Center, which had just been hit by a plane. I'll never forget. People around the world will never forget. But more than anyone, Americans, and probably Americans over the age of 35, won't forget. They remember where they were, what they were doing, what they were wearing, what they'd just eaten, how their day was going. So I asked my 18-year-old son, who Russian, American, British, what is his generation's 9/11? What is the biggest event in his life that he will never forget? He quickly pointed out a little difference between him and me. When 9/11 happened, was more or less solely American, whereas my son wears a few different hats. And he said it's not the same because he's not of one country. He doesn't have one shared national identity. And then he thought for a second, and we both answered at the same time. Without a doubt, we would argue, the biggest event in his life, and people of the younger generation's life thus far, has been the advent of this pandemic. And what is different about this pandemic from 9/11 and other events, it is, by definition, truly global. The shared experience that perhaps I had with Americans over 9/11 most is now a shared experience in the context today with the pandemic shared by everyone. And some of the implications, we're going to talk about this, well, some of the implications of the pandemic, they're endemic, right? They very well may persist for a generation or generations. Anyway, that's my personal little introduction to our conversation. I am now only going to ask questions and won't be offering, hopefully, any more opinions. That's what journalists are supposed to do. So let me begin with you, Teresa. Thank you very much for joining us. I just made a big assertion there. Did I overstate the case? Is this pandemic as big of a deal as I just suggested?
Thank you, thank you. First of all, just allow me to express my pleasure to be here with you, to be invited, and to share my views on this big event that is the pandemic of the COVID-19. You mentioned something that I think it's very important, how long-lasting the effects of the pandemic will be. And I think this is the crucial issue. And on that, we still have to see, but at the same time, we have also to distinguish where the pandemic triggered very important changes and where the pandemic only accelerated some of the trends that were already there. And I think that mostly of the effects we are now witnessing are really a result of an acceleration of trends that were already there. And I think this maybe it's a good point to start. And when the pandemic started, I think that it raised all over the world the sensation, the feeling that we need to fight this pandemic together. It's global, it requires a global approach to overcome it. But what then happened is that because of shortage on medical supplies, we realized that we were too much dependent on global chains, supply global chains, that rendered nations unable to respond to the needs of their citizens. And this started really to accelerate nationalism. And we could see the countries fighting between them to have access to medical supplies. So nationalism is something that was really accelerated and amplified by the pandemic. But it was a trend that was already in our world. Let's not say that it was only because of the pandemic. Not at all. It was there, but it was really accelerated. And suddenly it showed completely its effects. The second thing I would like to underline is that in the first moment, we trusted science. But suddenly, we had a spread of all kinds of conspiracy theories, anti-vax movements, disinformation all around the pandemic. And this, again, was something that is a trend. It's an effect of the pandemic. It will be a long-lasting one, unfortunately, and introduces quite a big challenge within our societies. It's the lack of trust on science, the lack of trust on institutions. And this is very serious, very, very serious, and really undermines the cohesion within societies and the trust in the governance of our countries. I don't want to know if you want me to continue or you want me to stop now.
Yeah. No, you could definitely go, but you brought three amazing points up there.
Okay.
Let's go through those with our and get the discussion going, and definitely coming back to you.
Okay.
So those 3 points, as far as I understood, were misinformation or information and the lack of trust in people that are providing information, and how that's been given birth to conspiracy theories that are a real problem going forward. Rising nationalism that was brought on in part by countries battling for resources to deal with the pandemic. And the first point was that this pandemic just didn't create problems from nowhere. In many cases, it accelerated trends or issues that were already incumbent. First off, because we have a doctor with us, Michael, I want to pick on you. One of the questions she brought up there was, we don't really know when this pandemic is going to end and where it's going. So give us the science, right? How much longer is this pandemic going to be with us? And then let's move into these other issues. And by the way, everyone is invited to jump in to the conversation without me bringing you in. I would like to encourage you to all speak with one another. Please, Michael. We're not hearing you just yet. So.
Thank you very much.
There we
It's
go.
wonderful to participate in such important meeting, and the timing of that meeting cannot be, as better as it is. I think I will probably switch to Russian to give our interpreters a little bit easy time, but главное, что я хочу.
The main thing I want to tell us is that everything has two sides. Globalization resulted in epidemic situations. The pests in ancient history were the results of the road development. Other infections were because somebody explored new territories, new lands, and the new viruses appeared in Europe, never before seen viruses. So it is of utmost importance for us to realize today how the medical systems will proceed to exist. The pandemic is not over yet. We do very much hope that we dispose of effective instruments to stop that terrible pandemic that is harvesting lives. Every 500th individual in the United States has fallen victim to the pandemic. This is a giant figure. I have spent 10 years working in Central Asia, being in charge of the U.S. regional station controlling the diseases, and I can say that impacts upon Central Asia, upon Eurasia in general, are far more dramatic than in the United States of America. The main influence on the development of the epidemic is maybe controlled by instruments of clinical medicine and public health care. However, the epidemic has demonstrated that the decision-making process was pressed upon by the crisis, by influence of organized lobbies, each lobby having specific interests of its own. All the decisions in the course of epidemic are based on negotiations, but they are not based on scientific research and analysis. Even in the communicational sphere, the one that is dominating today in this platform, we think that the healthcare crisis, not successes, not achievements, but the crisis particularly, the medical crisis today, is the key topic. Globalization has increased the effectivity and the influence of informal organizations and associations. Dilettantism, non-professionalism, infantilism of anti-vaxxers, informational revolution, particularly informational revolution in the times of pandemic when we try to avoid any contacts, resulted in the strengthening of the network structures. Very often we are not aware of those structures. Various medical experts, fake news producers, conspirology theoreticians, people who avail themselves of healthcare problems to distribute some fake news, people reporting about whatsoever. The group interests, unfortunately, very often were dominating compared to the interests of scientific circles. So, drawing the resume, I wanted to say that the political element of healthcare has significantly increased in the times of pandemic in all the countries, starting from the United States of America and ending with any Eurasian country. As was said by Otto von Bismarck, policy is the art of the possible. Politics is the art of the possible. To improve healthcare, we need, as physicians, as epidemiology people, be better aware of political mechanisms.
We have 55 minutes left in this conversation. We are actually already a third done, and we have a lot of topics to cover, and we have a lot of people that want to participate in it. So I would ask, dear panelists, and this is not singling you out, Michael, if we could please make our comments a bit quicker, then we can make this a little bit more interactive. Catherine, I want to come to you. What do you make of Teresa's argument, her second point there, that the battle for resources spawned a new wave of nationalism in the world? The second part of our title, as I'm sure you noticed, is called New Vectors of Global Coexistence. There's this sense that the pandemic that we heard from Teresa has ushered in a shift away from globalization towards isolation. Is that what's going on? Give us the view from Canada.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you from Canada tonight. Tonight for me, but today for you.
Yes.
That's a very good question, and I really appreciate what the other speaker said, because it rings true to me. I think what we can say is the pandemic has been a real political stress test, a global political stress test. I mean, the biggest crisis since the financial crisis of 2008. So globalization, has made us more interconnected and interdependent. But the pandemic exposed the risk of such interconnection and interdependency. You're right, this nationalism that came, but because, we had to protect the people, and borders were closed, the travel was stopped. Suddenly everybody was fighting effectively to get the supplies. There were in shortage. I remember I was with the International Organization for la Francophonie, and we had to find our masks, get our mask and sanitizer from countries from Africa, about places, because there was none in France, as the headquarters was based in France. So it was amazing to see how ill-prepared the world was to face such a crisis. So everybody had to rethink their reliance on other countries, and now trying to figuring out how to become more self-sufficient. So it did provoke this isolation that I don't think was necessarily was so present at the time, but there was no choice in a way, and it shows also to me the importance of leadership, and the fact that international leadership is necessary in times like that, and there are a lot of lessons to be learned from this crisis. When you think about it, and Dr. Michael was mentioning it, is that you needed the old world to actually get together and put themselves into a solution mode, but instead you saw, for instance, in the United States, a real sense of trying to focus on domestic and making sure their people were fine. They withdrew money from WHO, which was definitely the wrong thing to do, and did not contribute. I mean, they had too many doses of vaccine, but refused to send it places in the world where it was needed. So it was already in that process of focusing on themselves, but the crisis really made it even more. The decisions of President Trump at the time was to really focus on the U.S., but also dismissing the science and dismissing the importance. So the result of it was terrible for the U.S. Michael was mentioning it. It's so many deaths, people that got ill and died because of misinformation. So I think that the globalization really got a hit, because even with President Biden now, he's mentioned America is back, and that they were gonna, they want to take their place back, and they have been involved with international organization and have signed agreement, and really is now sending vaccines to other countries, doses of vaccine to other countries. But it's a different kind of being back. I mean, the president is not screaming America first, but definitely there is a new approach in foreign policy, and a new approach even with its neighbor. I mean, Canada is the biggest friend, the biggest ally, the biggest trade partner, and we've had issues with more trade dispute, and even on the COVID crisis, we Americans are allowed in Canada, but Canadians are not allowed in the U.S. So it's a very different relationship between countries. It's me first, and looking out second. At some point, maybe there was no choice at the beginning because we had to be protective, but now I think the world needs a global solution and involvement from all the countries. There's no doubt that there's no way around it.
Thank you very much. Emily, I want to come to you in Europe for a second and ask you if this issue of isolation or nationalism, are you seeing that in Europe, sitting in London? Sort of Brexit preceded, of course, the pandemic, but maybe the spats between the United Kingdom and the rest of Europe and the European Union haven't come to an end. Is that something you're seeing? And also, if you wouldn't mind talking about what many people are saying, the biggest geopolitical issue right now, Emily, and that's the relationship between the United States, or between China and the United States. Emily. I think we're, there we are.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Ryan. Sorry, it's Emma. That's why I got a bit confused.
Oh, apologies.
No worries. So yes, there's a lot of tension that's happening in the UK, because we're not only dealing with the political issues that are ushering because of the pandemic, we're also dealing with a lot of political issues prior Brexit, and all the global implications that's happening that we're still figuring out and trying to understand. I'm situated in London, which is a very key capital that's very international. And even now, as I go about London, it feels very different, not because of the pandemic, but because of Brexit. And these things are becoming more intertwined. The way people are behaving is also very different here as well. But we're having a lot of people feeling quite stressed. So I think we're starting to notice different types of communities trying to really come together at this time to almost help support and be there for each other at this still very complex and confusing time. So I think we're still at a time when things are uncertain. That word is very prominent during the last year and a half, this sense of uncertainty that people are feeling, and therefore leading to the sense of anxiety, how to plan for the future. This is becoming more and more complex. And it was interesting hearing your story earlier, Ryan, about your son's sense of place in the world, because he comes from a very multicultural background. And we're starting to hear people question that as well. Where is the sense of place as this globalization is becoming more localized? How do people feel? Where do people feel comfortable? And I think this is a key defining point where people are figuring that out. And I forget your second point that you mentioned where you brought in China.
Has the pandemic changed anything? Is it going to influence the relationship between the United States and China one way or another?
I think the relationship between the US and China has always been complex. Yeah. And I think, as Teresa has mentioned, there's a lot of trends that were already in place, and it's just accelerated because of the pandemic. And I think these trends that we saw earlier where it comes to the relationships will be accelerating because of the pandemic. There's going to be more pressure on China, which we're starting to see, not just words that's being exchanged, but actually things being done and put in place to put a bit more pressure on them. We'll see a little bit more of that.
Thank you. Philip, if I could bring you in. Thank you for joining us from Ashgabat. How concerned are you about this shift from what was kind of a global party, sometimes it felt like, before the pandemic, to where we are now, where perhaps, as Teresa was beginning, things feel a little bit more kind of nationalistic?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Ryan, sorry. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
So I would like to reduce the volume of my speakers. Well, if you don't mind, well, I would speak Russian because I have prepared my analysis and
Мы только приветствуем, если
my
хотите
presentation
Yes, please.
on how the regional center was dealing with the pandemic and what are the Central Asian countries did and how the things went over the recent 1.5 years. So if you don't mind, I will turn over to Russian.
Пожалуйста.
Distinguished colleagues, first of all, in my today's presentation, I would like to talk also about what our regional center does in Central Asia and the way it is supporting the cooperation between the countries in line with its mandate, which was given to us by the UN Security Council. And the Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy in Central Asia is something that is very important for the region and for the agenda. We are trying to respond to extremism, to respond to national priorities, especially in the pandemic. Also, we deal with the issues of women empowerment. All of these topics are very important. And these were all the priority matters during the pandemic as well. But if we talk overall about the UN, I think that these last 2 years were difficult and they brought many changes and we needed to adapt to the new conditions. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the UN at first has offered a way to help countries in responding in a quick and efficient manner. In the beginning of the crisis already, UN General Secretary made a call for global cooperation. There was also a report on global solidarity and common responsibility. And the response fund was created. Lately, these tools have become even more important. In 2020, there was an initiative of the decade to accelerate the work to ensure sustainable development, and UN General Secretary also made a call to focus on human rights protection and fight against discrimination. I just wanted to quote what the Secretary General has mentioned. He said that we now have an understanding that international cooperation is the path to a more inclusive, sustainable post-pandemic world. And the old norms of inequality and unfairness should be eliminated. And I fully agree with that. Now let me say a few words about the response in Central Asia. You will remember that there are 5 countries of Central Asia that have supported all of the initiatives to mitigate the consequences of the pandemic and to join the international effort to mitigate the negative impacts of the pandemic. There are many examples of the kind of support in the region that included regular contacts on various levels, including the highest political level. For instance, Kazakhstan has provided humanitarian aid to Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan. Turkmenistan has provided humanitarian aid to Iran and Afghanistan in turn. And many countries have provided support to Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Kyrgyzstan. So, for instance, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan have rendered their support as well in 2020. In addition to humanitarian aid, the donor countries also try to maintain the transit corridors open, streamlined the border crossing procedures to ensure the delivery of essential goods, medical equipment, food. There was also an uninterrupted supply of electricity. And these are just a few examples of the kinds of support that was rendered also with the participation of the UN. In terms of our center's work, given our mandate and the objectives established by the UN, we continued to provide comprehensive support and maintain dialogue between the countries of the region on the highest level. Ms. Natalia German, representative of Central Asia, despite the lockdown measures, she was still able to visit the countries, establish some consultations and meetings. In 2020, the regional center has organized 2 meetings between the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of Central Asia and Afghanistan. During these meetings, the countries had opportunities to discuss the cooperation issues in these challenging times. This included the response to the current crisis and also possible response measures to any future crisis in the region. I also wanted to point out that the 5 countries have identified the following areas of cooperation. These are transit, transport corridors. They have underlined the importance of cooperation in the healthcare sector in strengthening the mechanisms of cooperation there. And they noted that despite the COVID-19 pandemic, there are still other regional challenges. They haven't gone anywhere. And these include many aspects, including counterterrorism. The countries also emphasized the fact of the need to ensure equality of women, young people. And I should say that the level of interaction between the regional center and the governments of the region during the pandemic has become even more intensive. And the cooperation between the countries in the last 2 years has become even more intensive. If there is still some time left, I could maybe talk some more about the other topics of cooperation between the countries of the region. But maybe with that I will stop and give the floor back to the moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting talking about Afghanistan there. We heard a reference from Catherine to Afghanistan and the United States shifting policy with President Biden now in charge, and interesting to hear about regional cooperation given what appears to be a little bit of a retreat from the United States from foreign policy, maybe a retreat that was brought on at least in part by COVID, or as Teresa was suggesting, perhaps accelerated by COVID. It was already a trend that was in place. I want to move on to a slightly different subject, but one that we all take very seriously here at the Eurasian Media Forum, being journalists, and that's the subject of information or misinformation. And before I dive into it, I want to point out that at 4:30 today, we are going to have a fantastic conversation about just that. So stay by. That's 4:30 Nur-Sultan time. We will hear all about how information is being manipulated and how to correct the situation. But I want to talk about information obviously in the context of the pandemic. And Catherine, I want to come to you. You know, sometimes it feels like it's difficult to get a straight answer to many of the questions that the pandemic has thrown up. Questions like, you know, some people, as we understand, are struggling with, should they get vaccinated? Should they not get vaccinated? They should get vaccinated. I'll just throw that in there. If they are going to get vaccinated, what vaccine should they get? Can they mix the vaccines? How does the disease spread? Do we have a problem with information now in this pandemic and misinformation?
Well, that's such a great question. Yes, we do, because there's been what we call the infodemic now, an overdose, an overabundance of information, some good information, obviously, and I know organizations have tried so hard with that firsthand, but there's also been lots of falsehoods and unfounded rumors and speculation, and that would mislead citizens and governments and leaders and make it harder to actually figure out what are the true facts and actually who and what to trust. I have to say that we all, I think, been impacted by that. Everybody we know in terms of like which vaccine is good, not good, should we mix them, not mix them. And the thing is, social media, the spread of information, and when it's a misinformation, it goes so fast and it reaches so many people. It's really hard to undo an information that's out there. And the problem with the misinformation on something that's related to public health and about a pandemic like this one is it could be potentially harmful and endanger the health of populations. So this is serious matters. I know there's been huge efforts by media, by the WHO, by tons of governments, tons of organizations to try to control that. But you know, Africa, for instance, has seen a deluge of COVID-19 falsehood. I mean, there was in May, you maybe remember that in Kenya when there were false claims of vaccines affecting the menstrual cycle, and it started to circulate online. It was crazy, and it took forever to actually try to debunk that. But for many, they didn't go get the vaccine because they were afraid of that. So it's big. It's a big issue. And the question I have is what can the role of WHO be in terms of guiding even more strongly countries, because we've seen the same science but interpreted differently in different countries, and it's really a problem when you're trying to figure out you know, what is the truth? I mean, is mixing the vaccines a problem? You know, in the US, it is a problem. In other parts of the world, no, it's not a problem. But you're playing with people's lives. So how can, and I understand the countries are sovereign, but could an international organization like WHO has the expertise on that, have more of power in terms of directing and strongly suggesting that and they're trying to do it, but it's still up to the countries to decide, and I think that is something that is it is wrong. And then when you have leaders that, the former administration in the U.S., communicating misinformation about vaccines and the pandemic, even denying basically that happened. The result is you got more people that died. You got more restrictions to try to control the spread, which had an impact on the economy because they closed restaurants, they closed businesses, and on people's mental and physical health and well-being. Yeah. So this needs leadership again, to me, and it's a tough fight. It's a tough fight.
Okay, 2 seconds. We've got lots of questions coming in from our online participants. I think you just threw up a lot of issues there that I want our panelists to respond to. But first, we have a question from our online participants that Sue is going to communicate to us now. Sue, please.
Thank you, Ryan. Just to let you know that if the audience also would like to ask questions, there are volunteers who will be coming round with microphones for you to ask those questions. But we now have the first online question, and this is posed to Michael Favarov. How do you assess the likelihood that given the constant mutation of the coronavirus, the quarantine will never end? And part 2 of this question, is there a chance that COVID-19 will become a seasonal flu-like illness and a new super virus will take its place?
Doctor.
Let me answer the second question first. Definitely this type of corona will be with us forever from now, but I don't think it will be epidemic virus because besides of this one, we already have 20 different coronaviruses circulating in our population, and it's so a light disease that we're not actually worried about. That's in terms of continuation of the virus circulation. In terms of mutation, the question is very difficult to answer, but to say things easy, first of all, virus will try to adapt itself to us by the mechanism which is known to be in the nature for millions of years, and sooner or later that virus become much less dangerous, much less damaging, much less and much easier to circulate. That's what usually happens with viruses. So as my prediction, and I published this model several times, the 23 we will meet the new year without mask. That's what I'm saying. let's leave to the 23.
Thank you very much. Emma, if I could pick on you for a second. The doctor was pretty clear there with his information. You heard Catherine there say the WHO, who's supposed to be leading the way, has not always been so clear. Do you agree with Catherine, or is she being too hard on the WHO?
I think it's a lot of pressure to put on the WHO. It's really something that we've been talking about as part of my group. Is we always look to key consumer trends and key trends happening culturally. And we've definitely seen a huge shift from this sense of like me to we, like how we're trying to get together to really solve this pandemic and this issue and all the issues that kind of come along with the pandemic. And there is this sense of a cultural we movement of coming together and collaborating. And of course, there are the sort of offshoots of that not happening as well. But I do think there is, I'm always more of an optimist. And I think the way we always try to look at humanity and trends in this sense is to see the more positive side of it. And it's not down to one single organization to, issue out positive and accurate information. It needs to come as a collective. And trust is a huge thing that has come up in what we've been studying and looking at. And when we run a lot of surveys, consumer surveys around the world, trust in government is really, really low at the moment. So when the government is telling you to wear masks, to stay at home, people just don't want to listen to them. And I think we need to figure out a way, how can trust in authoritative figures be put back in place? Where is trust kind of channeling to at the moment, especially with the younger generation? And quite interestingly, they are looking at friends and family, they're looking at sources, multiple sources. So they're not just going through one news outlet, they're looking at multiple news outlets, big and small, to kind of gather their information and then come to a more accurate and, opinion that they will gather themselves. And I think as all these channels kind of come together, we will figure out a way to kind of gather trust again. And if it is in the WHO, if it is going to be in the healthcare system, or we're currently seeing quite a lot of larger companies rise in the ranks when it comes to trust, surprisingly, that they have a key role to play in issuing the right information, and also not only issuing the right information, but to act upon things that are inaccurate as well. So, for example, there's a lot of pressure on Facebook at the moment to bring down fake news. So this is like, there's multiple things at play, and I think everyone has a role to play, even individuals.
Interesting. I thought it was me to, Catherine, please.
No, I was going to say I totally agree with Emma, and I think I didn't mean that to be mean on the WHO. On the contrary, I think the states, the countries can totally trust the experts, and I think what was more my point was the fact that countries were kind of deciding for themselves to either follow the lead or not follow the lead, when in fact you have all those experts around that are actually doing the data and gathering the information. And leadership, it's an international leadership. So I totally agree that it's collaborative, and it has to be, it's so many people are involved. And you bring up Facebook, and I think, Emma, and I think it's one of the, social media have been a key player in helping or not helping the situation.
It would be really interesting, this idea of the movement from me to we, and what that might mean for the WHO, but also solving other problems. I mean, at 4:30 we're going to have a panel discussion about the environment. I can't imagine 4:30 p.m. Nur Sultan time. I can't imagine a more important area for the world to go from me to we than when it comes to tackling climate change, and that's obviously going to be, we're going to see, there's going to be a test of that at COP26 in November in Scotland when world leaders gather. I want to come over to you, Teresa, because you wanted to jump in there, and then Aida, I have a question for you. Please, Teresa.
Okay, allow me just to briefly comment.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, please, yeah.
Okay. Briefly comment some of what has been said.
Yeah.
One thing is about international cooperation, the importance of international cooperation. This is key. This is key because, unfortunately, the pandemic will tend to have a big impact in a dramatic way on the gains that we had in the past years with globalization. And this will be terrible to widen the inequalities between the rich North and the global South, with terrible implications in the geopolitical stage. So this is something that we should be aware of. The second one that I would like also to comment in is that the harm caused by misinformation and disinformation. It's terrible. It really harms cohesion within society. It harms the trust on our institutions, and it has a huge impact also on the safety of journalists, unfortunately. What we see right now is that in public gatherings of the anti-vax public gatherings, we see journalists attacked, not as in the past by officials, but by the public, by the demonstrators. And this is new. And this is really a big, big challenge for the safety of journalists. And this is very much my concern as representative on freedom of the media. But I think this is a trend. It's a very dangerous one because it's linked again with distrust. It's all fake news. Journalists only tell lies. We should not trust them. So let's attack them. We had this terrible event on the Capitol. We all remember quite well journalists attacked, and not only journalists, but institutions too. So all the elements and all the dangerous elements were there. And this is really so much magnified by the pandemic that deserves our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And Aida, I wanted to ask you, you are our only politician participating in this conversation. You're the Minister of Information. It must have been challenging over this last year and a half, with so much disinformation out there, to communicate with people and provide, at least as far as you understood, the most truthful information you could.
Yes, in my report I told about the measures we are taking in our ministry, and I do join the rest of the speakers by saying that realistically pandemic has changed the world, changed ourselves, so consequently today we observe that all governments have turned into more client-oriented forces acting for the benefit of the society. So today, like never before, we have a common enemy. That's the virus, and unfortunately the virus is not going to retreat. Our imperative task is to struggle, the virus struggle, the disinformation and misinformation. I strongly believe that we must unite effort and design some new measures for struggle. I am happy that today's society, like never before, has appreciated the importance of versatile, accurate information. I join Theresa, I join the other speakers in their emphasis on the importance of help to journalists, and it was quite interesting in your report when you were saying about a lot of information coming from not traditional but untraditional sources of information. How do you struggle that? Well, it is clear that we must strengthen the public awareness campaigns and clarification activity. Pretty much depends upon the professionalism of the journalistic community itself. It is important to refer to the opinions of experts, to people who are scientifically substantiated by science. And of course, a lot of things are still to be done.
Thank you very much. Was about how journalists are on occasion being attacked because they're trying to share what they believe to be truthful information that some people don't agree with. I wonder also about this thing that people talk about, which is the polarization of news organizations. And if we're even seeing that when it comes to COVID. I want to go to Catherine quickly about that. Emma, if you want to chime in, but Teresa, if you just briefly could speak to that, that would be fantastic. But briefly, please.
Yeah, well, I think you do see the polarization, unfortunately, and it's, you see it. I mean, I'm living next to the United States, so it's it's something that's hard to escape.
Yeah.
And it's
COVID's
damaging
political.
because it's the problem is there are a lot of in an information, there's a lot of gray zone, right? Nothing is necessarily true or untrue or right or wrong. It's some, you know, it depends on a lot of things. So there's a little less context given to, and I think we need more context now and more explanations. And it's, and one of the biggest issue is that now you almost, and even politicians do that. You know, divide the population you're against, or in you know, you're against it or in favor of it, when in fact you got to educate. I think the one thing we lesson learned is we need to communicate as much as possible. We need to control or debunk the falsehood, but also educate people as much as possible. And it takes time. Got to be patient. But I think it's very needed, because polarization is not a good place to go.
Yeah. Emma, I saw you nodding your head. You're there you go.
Yeah, I realize.
Yeah, that's okay.
I totally agree with Catherine. Like, education is a huge, is really what's going to be very important. There was an article that was out with the title, you know, how will we be teaching our future generations about this pandemic? And I remember having a discussion with a friend of mine, and the friend said, what would be scarier is if we don't teach a future generation about this pandemic, which I completely agree. And it's really about education. We need to learn from what has happened and really find ways to prevent something like this from happening in the future. But going back to your point in terms of polarization of, you know, news outlets, I was living in New York for the past 5 years, only hopped back over to London in the recent months. And news in the States is hugely polarized, and it's causes a lot of divide, misinformation, and people just flat out distrust certain news outlets. The other thing that I notice is a lot of reputable and respected news outlets, a lot of the information are behind paywalls as well, which is preventing people from having access to good news sources and lengthier journalism. So there's a slightly complicated thing with journalism where it's on one hand, information at the moment is kind of a free-for-all, but really respected and true journalism, it costs money. So how are we going to figure that part out? So I think there's a few elements that, you know, and I'm sure, Ryan, you probably have a perspective on this as well, coming from journalism, but it's quite a complex thing that we need to solve in terms of the type of journalism that we're putting out there, information. I know the New York Times is making all of their COVID information accessible for everyone, but how can we, you know, keep up this sort of accuracy of journalism so people just have free access to it?
Yeah, because what's free is Facebook and Twitter and their echo chambers. We have another question from our online participants. Please keep them coming. We have another just 10 minutes. This has been a fantastic chat, but we do want you to come with your questions. Sue, please.
This is the second question from online. The pandemic has shown that traditional media cannot compete in terms of information speed with fake news and social networks. How do journalists work during the infodemic?
Teresa, please.
Again, Catherine talked about, and she really underlined the importance of education. This is very important. And I also would like to add media literacy, fact-checking, good journalists. These are all important elements for the readers, for the audiences, to understand the value of journalism, to understand the value of a good information. So I would say that this is key. Of course, the problem is that these are long-term investments. And how can you find the right responses right now with what need to be done in the long term. This is much more complicated, and unfortunately, I don't know, the silver bullet is not very visible for me. But I think one important is to have sound legal environment to protect media freedom and to protect journalists. This is very important. Second, politicians and officials need to abstain to have irresponsible behavior. This is very important too. If they don't lead by the example, if we don't have good leaderships, of course we cannot trust institutions, we cannot trust science. You know, one of the most important conquests of humankind was division of labor. I do not want to study medicine to trust my doctor. Of course not. But I need to trust him to be sure that all the information I get, all the treatments I get from him are okay. So once again, we need, it's not to put everyone knowing everything about pandemic, it's restoring trust. I would say that restoring trust is maybe the most important investment we can do. And for that, there is a lot of elements to be mobilized. Thank you.
Thank you. We can't talk about the pandemic and not talk about the socio-economic effects of it. We don't have very much time, so we'll be very brief, and if you could be brief with your answers, I'd be grateful. Look, a lot of money has gone into the system. Countries trying to, on the one hand, enforce quarantines over the last year and a half, but also keep their economies on life support and prepare them for the world after. In the UK where I live, we just learned taxes are going up. So the reckoning is just about to begin, I reckon, if I can use reckon twice in a sentence. Emma, I'm going to do a little bit of profiling here. You look like the youngest member of the youngest of the panelists. This feels a little bit like a little generational thing. I.e. the older generations are the stock market's doing okay, taxes have been low, debt's piling up, guess who's going to pay? Is that going to be an issue?
Absolutely, and I think there's a reason why, we've been running a very extensive, reports and surveys on the younger generation, Gen Z, which a lot of my teams and clients are really keen to learn more about, because they are rightfully anxious about the future. They do believe that COVID-19 and climate change are two pivotal things that are really defining their generation. And the way it will dictate their future, what they'll be studying, the types of jobs they'll be deciding to go into. They need this sense of stability, which I think millennials perhaps didn't need to worry so much about. So if you think about millennials, stereotypically, they probably moved into education, chose education that they liked. They just enjoyed that subject. Whereas this younger generation, they're choosing, topics or going straight into work that has a sense of stability and has a sense of future in it. So I do think it is going to really impact the younger generations. We have yet to find out what it will mean for Gen Alphas. And I think, again, we go back to this, it all comes back to are we putting our faith and trust in the government, or are we going to roll up our sleeves and think about, we want to join the government and we want to make change. So I think the younger generation are looking towards doing that.
Yeah, Michael, if I could, Emma used the word anxious there. Just briefly, I want you to speak about the mental health issues. Are you concerned? Everyone's talking about how one of the big social impacts of this pandemic is that it just has been really unsettling for huge numbers of people's mental health. Is this an issue?
Yes, that's quite significant issue. Besides, we have direct impact of the virus among survivors, especially the people who had a significant manifestation of the disease. Unfortunately, isolation, unfortunately, the feeling of like a poor involvement and detached of the group. And I mean, yes, the simple answer, we still have to work to have more data on that, but you're right, that will be significant issue to adjust our information to the new reality with the many questions which we never faced before.
Catherine, if I could bring it back to you for a moment, on the economic front, you know, there's a lot of talk about how the services industries have been devastated, the rise of tech. Mr. Bezos, nowadays the owner of Amazon, worth a lot of money, more than most countries. Are you concerned about where we're headed economically speaking? And just because we only have 4 minutes, where's the silver lining? There must be a silver lining in this, please.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
Well, start with the negative and then go into why this is all actually going to work out for us, and we're going to come out stronger.
Yeah, well, listen, it's for sure that as the economy is getting hurt big time, and you're talking about, you know, we're in a transformational time, and it's already been happening, but the COVID had brought a lot of deaths. People have invested a lot of money, but, you know, the governments have keep spending money just because they have to, you know, buy vaccines, you know, build infrastructure, make sure that, you know, adapt to the crisis. But on the other hand, I think, yes, you're right. I mean, some industries have really been hit hard, but you've got the digital economy who's blossomed. You have a lot of creativity and innovation during that time. I mean, and I go back to what Teresa said. Another element that's been accelerated, it was already there, was that the technology transformation, the fact that we were already heading, all industry were actually impacted by the changes with what AI is bringing with, you know, robotization. So we were already into, you know, doing this transition to digital and to new technology. Now it did accelerate, the pandemic did accelerate that. And, you know, when I was at the OIF, I mean, it helped in many ways because we did in 3 weeks, we thought we'd take 2 years, and then we saved tons of money with being able to communicate and connect differently, and we're able to put that money back into programs for populations in French Africa, Francophone countries in Africa and other places. So I think there are opportunities, and people are seized the moment as well. But it is the silver lining to me is that I think it will change the economy. But it will not necessarily. At the end of the day, it just needs to be a lot more training, reskilling, and making sure we're actually we're following our people. I think the people, the staff, the well-being of people is going to be as important for an economy to be strong.
Thank you very much. Well, we've tried now in just an hour and a half to discuss what we've spent the last year and a half of our lives discussing in many cases in our own homes and our own kitchens in lockdown. At least in the United Kingdom, that was the case for my family for much of the time. So I hope you've enjoyed this conversation, and I am very grateful for your participation. And I would highly recommend you stick around for the 2 more discussions we're going to have today about information, again, in a broader context, not just when it comes to COVID, and also about the environment, which we touched on here, perhaps the greatest challenge going forward of our generation and generations questions going beyond, maybe even an existential question, as we now all understand. Let me thank our panelists, beginning with Philip Saprikin, Deputy Head of the Regional Center of the UN, for the UN Secretary General for Central Asia. Philip, thank you so much for joining us from Ashgabat. Emma Chu, joining us from London, Global Director at Wunderman Thompson Intelligence. Thank you. Michael Favorov, the Dr. Favorov is an epidemiologist, an expert in control and prevention of infectious diseases, gave us some pretty straight answers, which we were all craving and have been craving for the last 18 months. Thank you very much. Catherine Cano, Professor Cano, teacher of ethics in journalism, something I think we all highlighted is super important. And of course, here in the room, Teresa Ribeiro, I'm sure I didn't get that quite right, OSCE representative freedom of the media, with some very important messages about the importance of journalism and the protection of journalists. For that we are very grateful. And last but not least, of course, Kazakhstan's Minister of Information and Social Development, Aida Balayeva Rahmet. Thank you. All right, until our next panel discussion. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
So, of course, a big thank you to Ryan and his panelists again there. A reminder, you can send questions and comments in through the online facility if you're watching online, and through the app, and those attending in person can ask questions as well. Please do raise your hand and you can actually ask questions. Lunch is going to be now, and it's going to be, for those of you attending here, in the Artsy Cafe on the first floor. If you need help, volunteers can advise you. See you promptly at 2:30, please.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
no U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5 алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5 алыңыз. Және Халық банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында және әрине Халық банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық банк төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык-банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык-банк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык-банк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
no U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получаете на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии. Времени суток. И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее. Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем. Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar Tass.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
Is absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоумбанк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында, және әрине Халық Хоумбанк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар, бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоумбанк, төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. и 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии.
Времени суток.
И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее.
Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем.
Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы
– Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar-Tas.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоум банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында, және әрине Халық Хоум банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоум банк, төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день вне зависимости от географии, времени суток и погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее. Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем. Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы
– Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It is absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоум банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында және әрине Халық Хоум банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәр жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоум банк төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии.
Времени суток.
И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее.
Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем.
Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы
– Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises. world-class experts and top-ranked speakers.
think 2-3 people.
Скажет о начале сессии. Он скажет, мы же... Да?
Sorry. Stand with it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good lunch. You're in for a fascinating discussion for this next session, since it's relevant not only to people who work in the media, but all those out there looking for real news and information when it comes to what's happening in the world. Remember, you can send your questions in online and through the app, or for those of you joining us in the forum itself, just put up your hand and we'll get the microphone to you to get your question. This session is called Lots of Information, Little Truth. And for this session, your moderator is the renowned international presenter and Berlin-based TV show host, Ali Aslan.
Thank you so much, Riz, for this very kind introduction. It's a delight to be here at the Eurasian Media Forum and to be moderating this very pertinent, timely session, a session that we as journalists are being confronted with on a daily basis. And I think I speak for all when I say we are all, not just journalists, every one of us, we are all inundated with news on a daily basis. Each of us basically carries their own news agency in their pocket, and from the latest breaking news to countless posts on social media platforms. Even for seasoned journalists such as us, sometimes it's hard to keep up with the sheer quantity of content that is being produced, and frankly speaking, also increasingly difficult to verify what is true and what is not. This session, of course, comes at a time when political polarization and media scrutiny is perhaps at its highest. This is a subject that is extremely essential and relevant for the future of media and journalism, and for the currency that we all live off, namely credibility and trust. These are the main currencies that we as journalists speak of and live off, particularly in times of a pandemic. And I couldn't have asked for a more proficient, a more seasoned panel to be discussing this very timely and urgent subject matter. Delighted to welcome Kiel Stein, who's a seasoned communication expert, who's been working in international media sales for 20 years. Currently, he's running the German commercial office for Euronews as international sales director. Welcome, Kiel. Very much delighted to hear from you in just a bit. Delighted and so looking forward to hear from and see her. Ksenia Sobchak, who's of course a very prominent Russian TV host. She hosts her own YouTube channel, Ostroshna Sobchak, with more than over 2 million followers. And I probably butchered that name right there, the pronunciation of it. Nonetheless, I think her prominence speaks for herself. Also delighted to welcome here on stage Ahmet Yeşiltepe, who is truly one of Turkey's leading television journalists, an award-winning TV journalist based in Istanbul, and currently the foreign news manager of the Turkish 24-hour news channel NTV. Also with us is Anastasia Novikova. She's an award-winning journalist based in Kazakhstan and the editor-in-chief of Inform Bureau, which is widely known here in Kazakhstan, of course, and by our audience members, I'm sure. Delighted to be joined live from London. Todd Baer is joining us. He's an award-winning journalist, joining us from London today and based in London. He's the global director at Bloomberg. Lovely to have you with us, Todd. And last but certainly not least, we have Sergei Kizeryov with us. He's the general director of Channel 1 Eurasia here in Kazakhstan. So once again, I want to reiterate what Riz Khan has already laid out. You are not just, you're just not an audience, you're also participants. So I want you to participate with your question throughout, and of course your online question, which I'm happy to incorporate into the session. I want to make this session as lively and interactive as can be. So I would, before yielding the floor to you for some preliminary opening remarks, ask you to be short. Don't worry, we will make numerous rounds. Don't feel you have to get everything in at the first time. Kiel, you're up. Looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you, Ali. Well, the problem we face today is really...
The microphone, I think, maybe...
Sorry.
There you go.
Here we go.
There you go.
Ali. Well, the problem we face today, clickbait headlines, distorted information, inflammatory statements, altered images, conspiracy theories, and fake news all over the internet can lead to the manipulation of people on a grand scale. We've seen it during elections, we've seen it during Brexit, we've seen it during the recent pandemic. It seems that everywhere one turns to these days, one encounters fake news. However, and this is important, it is not fake just because a former president calls stuff fake news, or because of one's own imagination. The amount of actual fake news or fake information has skyrocketed, has exploded, because fake news is easy to make and easy to spread. Anyone can put stories online with no journalistic integrity or editorial oversight. Before the internet, most individuals could not get a message to people out using mass media because it was simply too expensive. With social media, the spread of disinformation no longer costs anything, doesn't cost a dime. Why? Because other people pass it along for you. And people share if they like it, if the headline fits their worldview, without actually reading the article or less verifying the authenticity of its content. So the problem is that some people, this is a harsh description, but are ill-equipped to understand what is in their news feeds. They easily accept the information being presented to them on the social media platforms and elsewhere, and are thus being manipulated for profit or political gain, without being aware of it, I should add. Another effect of being flooded with lies is that for people, information presented by established media that was once accepted truthworthy and reliable is now being questioned, often dismissed as untrue and disregarded by many people because it differs from the news they just read, viewed, listened somewhere online. Disinformation coupled with information overload leads people to be overwhelmed. I think this is a common sentiment in this room, and consequently people are reluctant to verify the information they receive, and it is too much trouble for everyone to check the sources of the stories being posted. I would say, Ali, that is how misinformation continues to circulate unchecked and has a snowball effect.
Absolutely, Kiel. Thank you so much for your opening remarks. Indeed, it is very hard to verify, even for experienced, seasoned journalists such as ourselves, the rapid speed that is on, with which the news are spreading. It is really hard to check out there, and sometimes unintentionally, we as journalists, perhaps each of us here on stage or in the audience, have been at fault of spreading or sharing fake news only to be retracted later on. So thank you so much, Kiel, for pointing out the challenges that each of us are facing. Of course, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment, but first, Ksenia, I want to hear from you. Obviously, you are a well-known media personality in Russia. You have a huge following, which brings with it, of course, huge responsibilities to get the facts straight. Looking forward to hear from you.
I think this is the topic of utmost importance, because indeed, fake news is the new reality that we are living in. And what's the horror of the situation? Regardless of the fact that in a couple of days some news can be recognized as fake. You know, there is a saying in Russian saying that, okay, we found the silverware, but we have this bad aftertaste after the fact. So what I'm saying is that the fact itself that this information was mentioned aloud is very damaging, although it might be retracted later. Still, this knowledge is in the heads of the people, and these thoughts start contributing to their picture of the world, and this can no longer be changed. So what should we do with it, and how can we counter fake news? I think that in this sense, we are talking about the fact that, indeed, it is up to each individual journalist, and each journalist is responsible for publishing true information. They are doing their verification, their checks, they're trying to reach certain standards. And I think that indeed this simplification of things, like speaking about YouTube, the way you produce content on YouTube is very different from the way you produce content on mainstream TV channels. It requires less people. The video shooting is easier. There might be some small errors, like if the operator gets into the frame for a second, it doesn't really matter. So if we are talking about my YouTube channel, of course, I will hire a separate person for fact-checking, and we are taking it quite seriously because we think that we are supplying the news. But we need to understand, and you know, I'm somewhat optimistic about this fake news issue. Remember the times when people were still riding horses or carriages, and the cars just started to appear. And there was this chaotic situation when some people were riding horses, others already had cars, and it was very difficult to regulate it. But as the cars became more prolific, more ubiquitous, we got the traffic rules, we got the traffic lights, and so on. So I'm hoping that the same will happen with fake news. Right now, because the internet has given us this big volume of weird and strange information, not all people now will check the facts that they receive. Many people are still sharing some pictures or memes just because that complies with their view of the world. And we should also remember that often fake news are created by professionals who know very well how to manipulate people. And of course, this spreads like wildfire. But I believe that as it happened with the newspapers, when we got a clear picture of, let's say, the difference between the Sun and the New York Times, the same will happen with the internet edition. And I think it's already happening, and that's what I'm counting on. Because when we will identify fake news many times, then in several years, I think the market of high-quality news will appear, and people will already know that certain portals are trustworthy and they check their information, whereas some other sources of information where you hear about some sensational news, but you know, if you see it on some unknown portal, this might raise concerns and people will already think that it's fake by default. I think that this will happen, this will develop, and this would be a good way to go forward.
So you're rather optimistic that in the end both quality and fact-checking will prevail, a bit like traffic rules for journalism, which we will need at the end of the day. It'll be interesting to see, of course, if that optimism prevails, because at the end of the day, and I speak for all, I think the need for quality and reliable news was never higher than in times of a pandemic. These days, it's really almost an issue of life and death rather than annoyance and disturbance. So thank you so much, Xenia, for kicking this off. Now off to Ahmet. Ahmet Yeşiltepe, delighted to hear from you. You're based in Istanbul, Turkey, and bringing a whole set of new experiences and perspectives with you. Ahmet, looking forward to hear from you.
Hello again. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Eurasian Media Forum for invitation to this visionary and valuable meeting. So the title of this, I believe, already set to visit the beautiful city of Nur Sultan. My colleagues almost convinced me that I must fly to Almaty instead of Nur Sultan, because that's where the meeting was really taking place, according to social media. I actually had to go back and fact-check what I already knew to be true. The regard for information on social media is astonishing. This is not just an issue for today's media world, actually. It is a phenomenon that extends in many fields, from politics to economics, from health to international relations, and has become the topic that we discuss the most as media professionals. Lots of information and a little truth. My purpose to discuss the topics that are all the center of the global center concern, to share and understand different experiences. And also to share my personal experience as a media, and then all of the stories are true, and many of them are among the most recent problems we face. With the spread of social media channels and the reputational loss of corporate journalism, unfortunately, it is expressed by many thinkers that we live in post-truth era, where ideas people believe to be true become more significant than scientific findings or objective opinions. Fake news, on the other hand, has long become one of the important elements that set the agenda. A kind of engineering managing the whole terrible process of disinformation, manipulation, fake news, deep fake, lynching campaigns with bots, empty political debates initiated by trolls, agenda topics fueling polarization, such as anti-immigrant, refugee, anti-vaccine, and then perception management and hate speech. So unfortunately, this engineering is spreading like cancer that gradually destroys the sense of trust in almost every part of society.
Thank you so much indeed. A very important point, Ahmed, that you pointed out. It spreads like cancer and undermines the trust that the public out there have in institutions that we represent. And the credibility, as I said, going in the very beginning, is our ultimate, if not only an essential currency that we have. Once that's gone, that's very little left. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for pointing out the urgency. I will come back to you, of course, as we make our way through, but now delighted to hear from Anastasia, who's an award-winning journalist based here in Kazakhstan. Bit of a home play for you. This is home turf. Looking forward to hear from you, Anastasia.
I'll speak Russian, okay? Дело в том, что вы говорили, что...
So, you know, the thing is that, as you said, Western journalism has been facing fake news for a while now and has drawn some conclusions and learned some lessons. But I think that in Kazakhstan, this problem became urgent during the pandemic. Because before that, that wasn't really in our backyard, that was somewhere else, and we were just looking at it as spectators. But as the world has changed and the pandemic came, certainly we no longer were an exception to that phenomenon. And I just want to ask everyone to think about why fake news appear and why people believe it. There are some absurdities mentioned, but somehow people still believe into absurd things. There was a big story here in Kazakhstan when a famous blogger, an athlete, a wrestler, was quite seriously telling his audience that the virus is spread by the helicopters. And he actually urged them to shoot down those helicopters, to shoot the people doing disinfection on the street, but fortunately this went nowhere, but he was punished, of course, for spreading that. And then, after his punishment term was over, I looked at his Instagram, and he actually continued to propagate the same things, although in maybe a more ambiguous manner. And there were hundreds of likes, hundreds of comments in support of this person. Also, when Kazakhstan started vaccination, I think that many countries noticed the same phenomenon, but when vaccination campaigns started, there were suddenly a lot of fake news about vaccination, like trying to insert chips into people's bodies, or about inability to have children after vaccination, and many, many other things. And this sounds very foolish for adult, educated people, but then look at who's actually propagating these things and who's sharing it. These are often adult, educated people. We need to look into reasons of why this is happening. And you probably have seen some of the researchers saying that there are two reasons for that. Why do we have fake news and fake information? First, because there is lack of true information. When people don't have any information and they just resort to imagining something. Or the second thing is when you're triggered somehow, when something affects yourself, your children, your loved ones, your work, your community, your country. So when two of these factors coincide, then the fake news become viral. But to add to this list of reasons, I would say that we need to mention one more reason, an important one. In my opinion, it's also about the educational level throughout the world. Although the universities are still there, but I think that people, especially from the older generations, will notice that in some cases the quality of education, the level of education is falling. Sometimes even professional doctors, those who went to med schools, there are still doctors that are resisting the vaccines and are ready to wash them down the sink to avoid getting a shot. This is a serious issue, and I think that to fight fake news, we need to fight the root causes of them. Thank you.
In order to fight fake news, we need to fight the root causes. Indeed, interesting for me to hear that fake news up until the pandemic didn't seem to be a big problem here in this part of the world, didn't seem to be in Kazakhstan. Ksenia, I see you already have a quick intervention. How quick is it? Otherwise, I'm going to get through. I'll give you a minute to respond to what Anastasia was saying, and then we move on to Todd. Go ahead.
Нет, я просто хотела добавить,
I just wanted to add that the only thing I disagree with is that educational level is going down. We just have to put up that we always have had enough people with poor educational backgrounds. In the past, those people were walking quietly, but the pandemic brought them on the surface, gave them platform to communicate their great messages to the exterior world. To my mind, the proportion between the people who read the versatile mass media and fake news has not changed, except of the fact that the pandemic made that inequality more obvious.
They brought a lot of things to light, none the least the emergence in this part of the world, from what I understand, of fake news. But education, and Ksenia, you touched upon it, I think education is one of the key words, namely, how do you teach media literacy? How do you teach someone to distinguish between what is fake and what is not, when even seasoned, experienced journalists like us sometimes have difficulties distinguishing between them? Very interesting question. We will pick up on that in just a moment, but let's go from Nur Sultan to London and go to Todd Baer from Bloomberg. Todd, delighted to have you with us. Connection is looking good. Looking forward to hear from you.
Ali, thanks very much. It's good to see you again. Many people may not know that Ali Aslan and I started our careers at ABC News around 1998 together. A great brand, a great news brand, where journalism at the time was paramount, and the definition of journalism was, fact-checking and responsibility, and there wasn't any social media, and there weren't any smartphones. We had a little thing called abcnews.com at the time, which didn't work so well, and very few people paid attention to it. So times have certainly changed massively in the last 20 some odd years since Ali and I started at ABC News in New York. And I think today, as we said, there's a lot of information and little truth. There's a lot of noise out there. And for me, as a journalist, a former journalist, former reporter who spent 17 years covering the news, I'm no longer doing that today. I think it's about the news brands. I tell people, if you really want to know what's going on in the world, read the Wall Street Journal, read Bloomberg, read the New York Times, read the Financial Times, and you'll understand what's going on across the board. Now, as we talked about media literacy, as a journalist, I often want to know who's writing the story. I read the byline. I mean, I study the newspaper, and most people don't. But I look when I'm reading the New York Times and I see the byline of Tom Friedman, I know what I'm getting. When I see Gerard Baker in the Wall Street Journal, I know what I'm getting. But the reality is most people don't do this, and they get their news from social media, from Twitter, and they can't decipher what is real and what is not. And I think we do need media literacy in the schools and teaching young people from the earliest time of their education how to determine what is real, what is not. And then we need like a generation of young journalists to get into the business and to practice more and more responsibility. But Ali, if I may, later on, I do want to take up the advantages of citizen journalism and social media with an experience of last year. Probably the most compelling video that I've seen in my life in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Most definitely. I believe you're referring to the tragic death and the consequences of what unfolded of George Floyd in Minnesota back there. Delighted to hear about that in just a moment. Stand by, Todd. Great to see you indeed. When you and I started out at ABC News 20 plus years ago, it was a different world, hard to believe. No smartphones.
We're old now. We're too old now.
Well, yeah, that too, that's quite apparent, though you look much younger than I do these days. You've held up quite well. But aside from that, aside from physical appearances, I think it's quite clear that it was a different brand of journalism back then. And indeed, media literacy and citizen journalism, all new aspects that weren't obviously a term and a label and a concept back then. Happy to hear more from you, Todd, in just a moment. Let's go to Sergey now, who also very much like Anastasia is based here in Kazakhstan. Looking forward to hear from you.
My dear colleagues, you know, it seems to me that at present we are discussing one part of the fake information. We call it straightforward fake. The pure fake news, but still I wanted to give it a more expanded definition. It seems to me fake information is any information created with the intention to tell lies, to tell something false about what is going on planet Earth for own benefits, for dissemination of certain ideology and concepts. So if to approach fake news from this particular standpoint, I have to tell us that fakes exist and they shall proceed to do so. But if we give it a wider definition, this is a manipulation instrument used by bigger mass media, including governmental mass media, for the benefit of the government. Private mass media use fake news for the benefits of their sponsors and stakeholders. And this type of activity for the benefit of your government, some people call it propaganda, enemies call it disinformation. Also, governmental bodies in many countries actively work in social network. We know about that. They create the so-called pot farms, special subdivisions, probably under the auspices of secret services, who are disseminating the necessary information in social platforms. This is a very sophisticated, very highly refined activity, which is performed by very clever, very literate people. I think it makes no sense to discuss those people now. Let's talk about day-to-day primitive fake news, what I call the straightforward news, pure lies. How do we struggle it? Very often I get approached by many people with requests, people about whom some lies were disseminated in social networks. They ask me for advice. What should I do? Earlier, my advice would be inert, do nothing. I would tell them about the Streisand effect, about the mental understanding. A peculiar thing about our mentality is that if you are trying to justify yourself, you are guilty by default. And because of big audience they have, social platforms enjoy great popularity. You see, a lot of people do not read messages, fake messages, but they resend them. This is like a nuclear reaction. So my recommendation to victims of fake news is to confront those fake news, do it actively, proactively, confront the fake news. And your confrontation messages shall be seen in social platforms, in social networks. And if there are clever people among the audiences, they will appreciate the alternative source of information and alternative arguments. Anybody who is clever shall always appreciate appreciate alternative sources. Mrs. Balaeva has already said today that we need further legislative regulation of the behaviors of people in cyberspace. Reasonable regulation, I would call it. Probably victims need some help. Probably we are talking about influencing the fake news, maybe deleting the fake news in mandatory order. But the other side of the medal is the responsibility imposed on the people distributing fake information or authors of fake news. We need some legal action. To my mind, that's the only way out, and I do agree with Ksenia that in future, public relations, they always run ahead of legal framework. So now we see the booming development of various social relations in mobile platforms, social networks, and all of those things are not properly regulated in legal field. This is upcoming. And after that, the order will be established. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A passionate plea to regulate, which of course is a very tricky thing depending on which country you're at, but to regulate the content online in order to prevent what you call the real fake news. Namely, we're not talking here at the end of the day about a matter of difference of opinions. We're not talking about some interpretations, different interpretations of the same events, of a spin maybe, of framed news. We're talking about, as I understand you correctly, what you are condemning and want to regulate, artificially created news, sometimes even government-sponsored and promoted. Indeed, yeah, that is a huge issue, and thank you for broadening the horizon, because at the end of the day, there's a famous quote which has been, interestingly enough, attributed to many people. I believe it is from former US Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who says, everyone is entitled to his own opinion, but not to his own facts. But I think this is, Kiel, this is where we're already getting into muddled waters these days in these polarized times. Namely, your facts may differ from mine. What is truth? Not to get all philosophical, too philosophical here on the panel, but that is at the heart of the debate, isn't it? What is true to you may not be true to me, and the pandemic has very, very much brought this to the forefront, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and facts are facts. There are no alternative facts. And I think when we talk about media literacy, back in 2016, I was giving a talk at a university, at a local university in Berlin, and we were talking about country branding. And obviously, we were talking about perception of certain countries, etc., and we were talking on where people read certain stories, etc. And when I asked, the classroom, so where were your sources? The reply was Facebook. And that is basically what Todd said. It's difficult to decipher these days where, people consume what kind of news, unless you are news savvy, and therefore I think, I totally agree, we need media literacy. And opinions, that of course needs to be debated, but the problem we face is that a lot of the news outlets are moving into opinionated stories. And I think this is a big problem we face today.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very, if you look at what is happening, indeed, and I think every journalist here can attest to that, that it used to be the reporting and opinion, or facts and editorial, used to be neatly separated. You definitely knew what you were getting, Ksenia. These days, it's you read an article and 2 sentences in, you pretty much know where it's headed.
Yes, it is a big problem. People want to receive information, any storytelling through the prism of their own experience. They want to hear to somebody's personal opinion. And when I was a student in journalism, I had just one choice. It's either a template written by my editor-in-chief or my own creativity. Today, we are facing a far more serious problem, which is fake news. And that problem is associated with democracy, regardless how odd it might sound. What are we fighting for in Russia? Although it is pretty much complicated to struggle for democracy in Russia, for the civilized democracy, for some kind of system in which the majority shall rule. But the whole situation with social media, with the distribution of the information people absorb so voluptuously, make us ask another question: is it so good when the dominating majority rules? I don't have the answer, because I am definitely a person who is against any form of dictatorship. I've been fighting dictatorship in my country for many years. In my country, the internet regulation is supposed to make the life of the government more comfortable, not the life of the users of the internet. We are not discussing the problems directly. We are using problems to retain the power. And that is not a normal situation when you don't have the presumption of innocence. When in your country it does not matter if you have proven something in the court of justice. Johnny Depp case is a wonderful proof for my message. Any trend may be interpreted under a certain angle, and you have nothing to offer to confront it. People who have knowledge, people who have professionalism, people who love good quality information always constitute the minority at all times. And if we are taking the trail of the dominating majority in mass media, here's a good example. We had debates in my television channel, and it was a discovery for my own self. We located two science doctors. One was ready to struggle for the statement that vaccination is evil. So it was quite a scientific debate we arranged. And they referred to facts, to numerous sources of information. And this individual is telling us that vaccination is evil, and the second man is confronting his standpoint using scientific information. So who do you think won the debate? Who do you think was the winner? Still, the majority of people voted for non-vaccination, unfortunately. So what is so terrorizing about it? You can be extremely scientific. You can bring a whole portfolio of various facts, but the opinion of the dominating majority shall remain the same. They will like what they like. What is the problem about it? The problem is far more deeper. If you promise people easier way in policy and economics, they will follow you. And does not pertain to only mass media, that pertains to the whole planet of Earth where we all live.
On a very, very important point, namely the issue and problem of echo chambers. People at this particular point do want their own opinion reiterated by the journalists that they follow. And if you don't do that, you go someplace else. I think we've seen that polarization very much in the United States during the 4 years of Trump, where it depended on whether you were pro-Trump or anti-Trump, and that was the channel, CNN or Fox News, that you would follow and only follow, because that would reiterate your belief. And Ahmed, that is indeed a problem, isn't it? At the end of the day, we are trying to be, at least that is our aim, to be objective.
Definitely, you're right. Actually, polarization, when we talk about the polarization, I would like to mention about, Turkey's political current situation. Actually, especially on social media, we have good fightings. So I have some facts and figures I would like to share, if it is possible.
Of course, facts are always good.
Okay. The issue of fake news discussed in the context of traditional media has become a larger problem, and as the new media increase its influence, there are serious discussions on this issue at the global and national level, according to the study by a group of scientists from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In 2018, the rate of reaching 1,500 people for a fake or fake post news on Twitter is 6 times more than a correct post. Kind of engineering, actually I have one more interesting figures. Another remarkable finding is that the rate of retweeting a fake post among users is 70% higher than a correct post. Politics is the most attractive area for intensive sharing of our information. So when it comes to politics, politicians see the solution as increasing the legal obstacles in social media. In fact, it's a fact that the spreading false information is done in polarized countries like Turkey to dominate the opinions of the group they belong to and spread manipulative information against a common enemy. False information breeds discrimination and hate speech and misinformation for political purposes. Technology supported bots and troll activities that feed the spread of misinformation are also used for political purposes. Research shows that there has been 150% increase in the number of countries where trolls and bots are used for political propaganda in the last 3 years. So with this method, it becomes easier and more possible to believe in organized propaganda on social media. The real problem is in the misinformation that is deliberately produced and served. The existence and spread of this information with the political targets is too big problem in Turkey to be attributed to a certain segment politics. We can also talk about the economics of the fake of news production. Some comprehensive academic studies were conducted in which the fake news produced with the economic concerns as well in traditional media was evaluated. In order to promote companies via this model, the reputation of the rival company was damaged. Consumers were deceived, misleading information was given about the product, and certain industries were targeted. This situation found a very widespread arena, especially in the digital environments. In academic studies and of the uncontrolled, spontaneous spread of any video, it also has been revealed that this is a marketing technique. While the videos that are consciously prepared in line with certain goal reach millions by presenting them as if they were prepared in uncontrolled manner, companies allocate funds for viral content. These fake news prepared for economic and or political reasons in order to direct the target audience and produce subconscious effects are served especially on social media platforms, and then these contents are discussed as if they were real in traditional media. At this point, lastly, we journalists have of course, great responsibilities. There are completed media organizations that are set up purely for fact-checking first. And one of them is the institution I work for at NTV, with a team that I have informed at Foreign News Desk. We undertake to exclude fake news and misleading content, and not to include them in our content, in our own content. For this purpose, our team catches fake and manipulated news with the method we call fake news detection. Later on, I will talk about some legal laws that the government tried to set it up, and I will talk it later
Yeah, absolutely, Ahmed, and thank you for pointing out the fact that I think not a single news organization in this day and age can do without fact-checking team, fact-checking tools. It has become the bread and butter, really, of Euronews or whatever. You know, you're out there and you have to verify the news, Anastasia. Because I think it's one thing has become clear throughout this discussion, and we're already an hour in. It seems very clear that fake news, or as Sergei called them, real fake news, the fabricated, the artificial, the ones with real cruel intentions, are not just undermining our authority, but they're really eating away of the social fabric of a society and thus democracy.
Did you ask to me?
You know, unfortunately, what I think is that I wouldn't try to subdivide now different sources of information into conventional and non-conventional, like the traditional media and the blogs and so on, because we all know that there are many news outlets right now that actually also print or publish fake news. Why is that the case? Partially because of what Sergei has mentioned, because of propaganda or because some hidden agenda, and maybe that's an excuse for some outlets. But we also understand that right now, when we are talking about the internet, regardless, we are all now focused on the number of views, because that leads to advertising budgets, that leads to a good life of the news outlet, and unfortunately, many outlets, well, I don't know if I can say many or not, but some are using these instruments and are trying to increase their ratings by doing so. And I think that in this case, I don't like the word censorship, and I don't like this internal censorship concept, but I just don't know how to put it in other words. We need to differentiate between the truth and the fake. We need to actually think what we can publish and what we cannot, and distinguish between the facts and the opinions. For instance, vaccination efforts are a fact, but the doctor who says that the woman becomes infertile because of vaccination, that is an opinion, and you need to think whether you need to publish this opinion. I don't think it's about the regulatory policy coming top down. It's probably about self-regulation, and then we can do something with it. Because otherwise we are all in the same boat and we cannot do anything with it.
Ksenia, 60 seconds.
Yes, I just wanted to add a short remark as a follow-up. I think that, you know, prohibiting something will lead us nowhere. It's always a bad decision, but we all realize that we need to do something. And I would actually like to hear what other people think. Maybe it's about, you know, establishing some kind of a quality seal, saying that certain outlet complies with the code of conduct or journalism principles. So it's not about prohibiting, but actually differentiating. You know, there are always some real medicines or some traditional medicines. You know, like to get a medicine into a pharmacy, you have to undergo a clear quality process and you have to comply with certain requirements. So let's look at journalism as a kind of a pharmacy, and we'll know that somewhere out there are those, you know, herbal medicines and whatever cook at home. But on the other hand, we'll know that there are good quality pharmacies, and we'll decide whether we want this herbal medicine or we really want true certified content.
Of course, the term journalist is not protected. You're of course right. Everybody, every blogger out there, everyone with an iPhone and a camera can call themselves a journalist, or a certificate, if you will, a certificate of or a certified journalist. It's an interesting thought, of course. How easy it is to actually implement it in reality is a different issue. But I think now that we're approaching the final 30-minute mark of this debate, you have provided a nice segue, namely, yes, throughout the first hour we've talked about what is wrong, the status quo, to determine how detrimental fake news is, and I think we all are in agreement. But the issue, of course, is in the final 30 minutes, and I understand we also have some questions from the audience, which I want to incorporate, is the way forward, how to fix this. Is there a fix? Todd, I want to bring you in again. You talked about citizenship, citizen journalism as one way. Are there any remedies here that you see that we as journalists, we as news organizations can prevent and curtail the spread of fake news?
Well, first off, Wally, I agree with Ksenia. I think, firmly believe, these social media platforms should be regulated much like Ofcom regulates broadcasters in the United Kingdom, or the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, regulates broadcasters in the United States. I think that's one answer, that the social media platforms should be regulated. But one thing I want to point out is, we've talked about the danger of fake news and social media and digital media, but one thing we should touch on is, what if the information is real and it didn't come from, say, the New York Times or Bloomberg or the Financial Times or Euronews, some of these great brands that are so trusted? What if it's real, like in May of 2020, when a 17-year-old girl named Darnella Frazier shot some video as a citizen journalist? Now, I've been criticizing citizen journalism for years, saying, look, we don't have citizen doctors, we don't have citizen lawyers, we don't have citizen pilots. Why would we have citizen journalists? But on this given day, the end of May 2020, Darnella Frazier, 17-year-old girl, was there with a smartphone, and she captured what for me was the most compelling and disturbing video I have ever seen in my life, which was the murder of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department. Now, I feel like I can talk authoritatively on this because I covered the Minneapolis Police Department for 5 years, from 2002 to 2007. And so, had it not been for Darnella Frazier on that given day shooting video of a Minneapolis police officer killing George Floyd, kneeling on his neck for over 8 minutes, if it had not been for her and the social media platform which amplified it, Facebook, that story would never have gotten out. I know for sure, and I wrote about this on AlJazeera.com. I know for sure that story would have been covered up. The traditional news media would have missed the video, and the police department would have covered it up. In fact, they tried to cover it up with a press release saying that George Floyd died from, some other, whatever. There were other circumstances, drug use, whatever it was, and then they would have stonewalled the media. The media would have tried to follow up, but they wouldn't have had the video, and it would have gone away. So there is an advantage. My point is, there is a big advantage to the social media, the digital platforms, but I do, again, agree with Ksenia that there needs to be some regulation to platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and other social media platform.
Yeah, interesting. Also, very much like Anastasia and Ksenia calling for regulation, calling for certificates, for lack of a better term, to make sure that, it is whatever is out there. Todd, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I think the problem, Ali, is who makes the certificate? Who is the regulator?
Exactly.
And this is where it gets controversial. And so, because there's so much, everything is open now, whoever does the regulation could be criticized for being biased or for being favorable to one political party or another, or a government. So it's a very, very difficult thing to manage. But certainly, I do believe we need to be having this conversation about regulation of the social media platforms.
Very interesting conversation that is unfolding here. I can really delighted to go up. I do want to bring in, I know Ksenia, you had your hands up. I do want to bring in Sergey for a moment. I come to you, Ksenia, and then of course I'm also going to bring in the questions we've been getting online. Sergey, you're up.
Ali, you mentioned the truth and, thinking about what the truth is. And my opinion is that the truth is often very subjective because, let's say, a statement saying that a woman is violating some ethics because she wears provocative clothes might not be the truth for Europeans, but it might be the truth for, let's say, people in Afghanistan. So everyone has their own truth, and in many instances it's subjective. And I think that our mission as mass media is to present people with different opinions and positions. And yes, we do need to counter fake news, but we can counter it by presenting a different angle, a different point of view. And it's then up to the reader to make a decision, because we cannot decide for them. And there were some examples when well-educated people, seems intelligent people, but still are publishing some weird information about this coronavirus being sprayed by the helicopters and so on. And you cannot do anything with this person. No restrictions, no prohibitions will change his opinion. So far, we have not created a tool. No one can offer a regulatory instrument because there are still many outstanding questions. Maybe in the future, the society will find answers. But right now, I believe the job of mass media is to provide people with many different points of view, and then it's up to the reader to decide what the truth is.
The tricky thing is, and of course I feel you, Sergei, I think it starts right there. Once we as mass media, quote unquote, provide these views, already we're on a slippery slope, because what is perspectives to us, again, what is the truth, might be contested by others. We're seeing it. We see people living in the same country and having two completely different perspectives on the political situation, on their leader, on what is going on the economy. I think the schizophrenia that we're seeing in many countries, where we are indeed separated by opinion and therefore choose our news outlets in order to be reiterated and confirmed in our belief, I think that is a huge challenge going ahead. Ksenia.
Yes, just a short comment. I think that the only, thing about presenting different positions, I think it won't work so easy, because the algorithms in the mass media are set up in a way that when you are looking up for a certain kind of information, then the algorithm will suggest you similar types of information. And that's, I think, what happened in the US. So it doesn't work this way, that when you're presented with many different points of view, you'll get more information. No, as soon as you start Googling something, like when I was getting ready for this discussion, I, of course, started looking into different issues. I Googled anti-vaxxers, and then I got this information for several months. They were just suggesting me different things because I Googled anti-vaxxers. So it won't work that easy. And also in relation to what we were saying about this, some kind of certificate or seal of quality, of course, this is just a raw idea. I'm not talking about some real certificates, but maybe there could be a way to create some kind of well-recognized global community consisting of some outlets, and they will just monitor whether everyone complies with some standards, like fact-checking of information, even some primitive tools that we are well aware of. Fact-checking, verifying the information, correct ways to verify the information, and then maybe, if some outlet has published fake news for several times, maybe that could become an issue for them, like they will lose some kind of a star on their rating or some kind of a seal or certificate, and maybe they will be considered less reliable. But there is no contradiction here with citizen journalism, with this teenage girl who recorded Floyd's murder. I think that still this will continue. Those people will still be out there. They will still be able to shoot their videos, send it to some news outlets, and then the news outlets can do their fact-checking, their verification, whether it's authentic video, and then both the girl will get her 15 minutes of fame, but this information will also be checked and verified by other large outlets who have enough resources to verify the information, and then they will just quote the girl and then send the information out there. Ksenia, you know, I would still insist that we need to give people multiple points of view, because when somebody else decides for us what we are reading or what we are looking, and we had that in the past when there were only books in the libraries that were approved by someone in the Soviet Union, and we all lived through it, and many of our Western colleagues haven't lived in it, but we do know what it is, and we don't want to go back to that situation. So we cannot choose for our audience what they're reading or what they're listening to. It's up to them.
Ali, if I can jump in there real quick.
Of course.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Yes. Just look, when we were at ABC News 20 some odd years ago, the anchor of World News Tonight, Peter Jennings, I always remember him saying, "There is no essential truth in the world." He looks at one side of a coin and he wants to flip it over to make sure it shows what he believes it shows. He needs to turn the stone over. When I, as an American journalist, coming up through the ranks of ABC and CNN and local news in the United States, I then went to Al Jazeera English, and they had a different version of the truth, if you will. And I learned that, you know, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. And I learned about telling stories from east to west, as opposed to from Washington projecting out to the rest of the world. So, you know, finding the truth is very, very difficult, and it's different for different people.
And indeed, once again, I do come back, and I do want to take some questions that have been reaching us online. The truth, it's a very loaded word, of course, but at the end of the day, as Todd was saying, the truth to someone at Al Jazeera, running Al Jazeera, might be completely different to someone running at ABC News. We have some online questions. I do want to bring them in. We have 20 minutes left in this very heated debate already. We're in the midst of it and not nearly done, but do want to get some voices out there.
Our first online question is, could a news aggregator run by journalists rather than AI and algorithms provide a better perspective?
News aggregator rather than AI, run by journalists rather than AI. Does anybody want to, do we have any takers? I know Anastasia and Sergey, I think. Go ahead.
I don't think so. I don't think that it can do a better job, because it's also a question of what you consider to be a better job. What is the criterion? Because the personal opinions of the journalists will affect what they aggregate, and it will be their truth, not the algorithm. And algorithms can be set up in different ways, like Ksenia said, in social media. You could also change the way the algorithm works. It's about setting it up, and the question is who's setting it up. I would add that, you know, there is such a big amount of information right now in the world that to read everything we want to read is no longer possible. We don't even know. Maybe there are people out there that we would like, but and in this situation, based on the interest of the readers, I think the algorithm can do a better job. It's like with advertisement. We all know that the TV advertisement is the most expensive, but it isn't the most effective. When you're opening YouTube, for instance, you get the advertisement that you need, and there is some logic behind it, I think.
60 seconds.
I think that a journalist will not save the situation, because he'll only reflect his personal opinion. But there is a different angle to it. AI belongs to private companies, and it's no longer about the democracy, it's about the private property, and some private company sets up an AI to get maximum profits. And big companies can get these profits if they retain the attention of the audience, because the more people look something up on their website or their platform, the more money, let's say, Facebook can get. So that's what these AIs focus on. And then, as journalists, we understand that the best way to grab the attention of a person is to present this person with negative information. For instance, if you publish a piece of news that a dog bit a man, no one is interested. But if you say a man bit a dog, this can become news. So I think it's at the nexus with private property laws. And then we either need to say that, okay, you cannot do this because that impacts our whole world. And, you know, the way the TV functioned in the past, we understood that there is some TV mainline channel and we push the buttons and we can turn different channels, be it in Russia or the US, whatever. So you just switched the channels and you knew that one channel is pretty good, but on the other channel you'll only watch soap operas. But today the same approach doesn't work. So I think it's about this nexus with private property. Can we dictate the way the algorithms are set up? Can we force someone to present high-quality content first instead of grabbing the attention of the audience?
I think whether it's an algorithm or a person, the bottom line is I think you have to go to different news sources. You can have the algorithm aggregated feed, but you have to go to different news sources, different newspapers, different television channels. And you have to have a wide variety in what I would describe as your media diet. And it also comes back to media literacy. How can you determine what is the truth, even though the truth is pretty much elusive globally?
Yeah, the doctor always prescribes 5 different vegetables a day. So I think maybe we can apply this to the media as well. Take 5 sources every day and then create your own little dish. Ahmet and then Kiel.
I should add something to Sergey. I completely, 100% agree with him. That if you have algorithms, you can change it, yes. But I just wonder that the blockchain technology is coming, you know, that on blockchain technology in the near future, the fight against false news and information. You know that's for blockchain technology, which produces immutable and irrefutable and completely transparent results. Some experts are looking at it as a promising option. Just I want to add this.
Yeah.
Blockchain technology.
Thank you so much, Kiel.
Well, really, picking on what Todd said, the problem is that the truth is boring sometimes. And manipulation is sexy. And I think this is a problem we face, and we're going to continue to face.
Thank you so much. We have... Go ahead, Todd.
My bosses, when I was in local news, always told me my job was to entertain and inform, and in that order.
Entertain and inform. Truly spoken like an American journalist. But yeah, I mean, the issue, of course, it is, and with that I want to do the segue to the next online question. It is also, and perhaps this is also a time to be taught to be self-reflective and perhaps even self-critical about clickbait headlines, about making news perhaps more sensationalistic than they have to be. We've seen that throughout the pandemic. Sometimes it was always the pictures in the emergency units with the gas, you know, with the oxygen mask and so on and so forth. Maybe sometimes putting in an urgency right there. Is that something, Todd, that you would ascribe and accept as a journalist, that sometimes we are part of the problem?
Oh, we're definitely part of the problem. There's no question about it. The pressure from editors and the commercial side of the business is enormous. We have to get viewers and users and readers, and that's how the business goes forward. So certainly the whole system needs to be looked at. But if you're a television executive, if you're a media executive, which I now am, and you can't get people to watch your product, you don't have a business. So the pressure on journalists is enormous. It's much greater, I think, today than when I was a reporter, because there are so many different sources, so many different options for people to get their information. So again, the pressure is enormous, and I don't personally have the answer to that. I mean, I could sit here and say, well, journalists have to be more responsible, and they have to, double and triple and quadruple check things. But, when you have social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter who can beat you on a story, like the George Floyd murder, a citizen journalist who can get video that the professionals can't get, then you're in real trouble as a news brand, and these news brands won't survive if they can't compete with these other options.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for the honesty. I mean, we are here at the end of the day at the forum, at the media forum, and media is of course a business at the end of the day. If Bloomberg doesn't find its customers, or New York Times, or CNN, which then we have a problem. And as much as they may have ideologically loathed Donald Trump, I'm talking about the New York Times or CNN, they probably miss him very much from a business point of view. Kiel.
Well, Ali, when we discuss financing and money and the commercial things of the media, there's another problem, and that is programmatic advertising. And programmatic advertising, by the way, is the automatic buying of and selling of online advertising. But where am I going with this? Some of the ad dollars of reached fake sites, fake news sites. You remember 2016, Macedonia, the city of Veles. They collected a lot of funds, and really the problem is that this kind of money should have gone to the real news outlets.
Thank you so much. Pointing it out from an international sales director, once again getting that perspective. We have approximately 10 minutes left. We have time for one last online question.
The second online question is, do you think media is reflecting public opinion or shaping it?
Oh, very interesting. That is indeed a very, very, at the end of the day, what we've been accused of is, of course, rather the latter, that we are shaping it rather than reflecting it. Ksenia, I think that's an accusation that sometimes perhaps
I think it's shaping it, definitely. Yeah. And that's a big concern. Why I'm speaking English? I don't know.
I like it, by the way. It's,
Именно это является огромным.
This is a big problem. Personally, for myself, this is a big problem. I see what is going on in the world. I have this idea. I see that the world is growing radically leftist, particularly United States of America. I've always been a great fan of United States. I was watching a lot of American TV. American journalism is something that always inspired me. That's why I feel sad when I observe what is going on in America today. So my key thought is, it is easy to manipulate with the public opinion. It is easy to offer something to people that they will comprehend easily, something that does not require a lot of labor, something that does not require a lot of intellectual effort. So what is my idea? Today, all major American universities, and we know that graduates from those universities constitute the global elite. And the American system of universities is the best in the world. So all those universities are leftist and liberal, radically liberal. This is quite a natural process. You see, we are forming a very leftist, a very liberal, passionary environment to the merit of those universities. So it is a great surprise to me that many rich people in the United States of America share neoconservatism, not to mention Donald Trump. I'm talking about healthy neoconservatism, and that position is being defeated in all fronts. As far as I know, there are no major US universities that would be promoting neoconservatism. The whole academic system is based on leftist liberalism. This is the main concept for the whole world. All mass media are tied up to that principle. All main sources of information operate in accordance to that principle, and that forms the mentality and consciousness of the people. I'm not against it, but I want things to be kept objectively. I want some counterbalance. So to my mind, one of the most serious projects would be a very serious, reputable academic institution that would promote a slightly different ideology.
Ahmed, the question, of course, is a very interesting one, whether we are reflecting public opinion or we are shaping it. I think none of us can escape the fact, neither here on stage or in the audience, I'm looking at very prestigious journalists here, that we have power. I think that is understood. We have power to shape public influence, and we do shape power. Is that something, Ahmed, that you're mindful of? This is, of course, power always comes with great responsibilities as well.
We have, yes, so many responsibilities. I believe transparency, open data literacy, and digital technology literacy. It's a responsibility for audience as well, and are the most important steps to prevent disinformation, manipulation, and information pollution. World is being dragged into the more and more complex, asymmetrical digital wars, social media wars. Yes, we have a big responsibility to handle it.
Todd, that is quite a balance, right? To have that influence, to have that power at the same time, running a business at the same time, having to be truthful, shying away from sensationalism. Does it get tricky sometimes? I can't hear you, unfortunately. Your mic is turned off.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's very tricky, and it's a huge responsibility, as you pointed out. And in a lot of ways, the power that journalists have also makes their jobs very dangerous, because they have this power, and governments in many parts of the world, in most parts of the world, can't control what goes out on the airwaves or what is printed. So it's a huge responsibility, and it's very, very difficult to balance the editorial intricacies of editorial coverage and balancing that, and then also the pressure from the business side, as you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were at ABC News, which belonged, of course, to Disney, I remember there were a couple of stories where indeed it got tricky, where you compromise the business and the content. Sergey, you wanted to chime in.
На вопрос, формируем или отражаем?
Do we shape or do we reflect? My answer would be as follows. Everything depends on your mission and your tasks. If your task may be cascaded down to you by your boss, or it may source out from your interior belief. If your objective is to reflect, you reflect. If your objective is to influence, then you do so. This is it. Yes, I also wanted to add. I came to journalism more than 20 years ago, quite a period. And my teachers who were introducing me into profession, they were telling me that we must bring up the audience. We must not go down to the level of the audience. We must establish our own margin, and we must drag the audience into the happy future. But those were different times. Today the world is topsy-turvy. If today we want to educate and enlighten our audience, we will be losing. Absolutely, because people do not want to be enlightened and educated anymore. The responsibility of media is not to go down to the level of the street crowd, not to go far way too primitive. Our objective is to be flexible. In some cases, we must encourage our audience to work its levels up. But at the same time, we have our own commercial considerations, our business considerations. To my mind, our trail is that of diplomacy. Sometimes we must meet the expectations of the audience. Sometimes we have to follow the ratings. But the imperative thing
Session, of course, titled A Lot of Information, Little Truth. I think I speak for all when I say this has been an increasingly and very, very content-rich panel, as was expected with such a seasoned panel. And it was also expected that, of course, it's very difficult in the time span of 90 minutes to come to a conclusion. But I think many of the elements that we have discussed today make up part of the answer, not the full answer. But Kiel, in the dying minutes, perhaps we can leave our audience with a positive taste in their mouth, perhaps with a positive feeling. What, despite the difficulties and obstacles and complicated matters that we've talked about, what gives you hope that at the end of the day, journalism will prevail?
That is a good question. Now, I'm not a journalist. Obviously, I work for a news outlet. And I think what we discussed today, when it comes to social media, as so often, it's a blessing and a curse. And we are on the path, I think, in order to find ways to counter the problem of disinformation. It's going to be a long walk, but I'm optimistic that we are going to prevail at the end of the day.
A blessing and a curse. Ksenia, 60 seconds. What's despite the difficult circumstances that you also personally find yourself in, reporting on the difficult circumstances, what gives you hope? There's an inundation, overflow of information, almost hard to regulate, hard to control, but at the end of the day, something, you get up in the morning and sometimes gets you going. What gets you going?
I am an optimist. I believe in human mind and consciousness. That will win. My personal hope is that all this setback, all the general deterioration we are facing today is just a wave, another wave, after which the situation will turn to something cardinally different, I mean to the best. I think we will have better mass media. I think we will have better quality streams of information, and people's attitude will change. Of course, that trail might be painful, but by means of that pain, by means of the forum, likewise we are having today, we will seek out and locate the proper balance of all the nuances. We will find the equilibrium. We will make the world slightly smarter and cleverer. Thank you.
Sessions like these definitely help to shed some light, especially when we're coming from so many different cultural backgrounds and professional environments. It's interesting to hear the different point of views and learn from them as well. Ahmed, your final remarks. You're also operating under not the easiest circumstances sometimes. What still, despite the convoluted information highway that is out there, what still gives you hope as a journalist?
We need a human resource to the educated journalists. That's the first point that I want to show. And the second one is media literacy. That will be completed together. And then I believe I'm optimistic for near future actually. But we have to need a good human resource for journalism.
Absolutely. Anastasia, you sounded not pessimistic, but you were clear that something needs to be done in terms of regulation, in terms of the word censorship sometimes was floated here and mentioned. You're an award-winning journalist, and obviously something is motivating you every day to get up and do the work. What is it?
Well, let's start from the fact that when I came to journalism, I was 18, and my ambition was to change the world, to make it better. It's been many years now. Of course, my passion has gone down a little bit because I'm aging, but ourselves, journalists, we're making the world better. If we're helping a small man, if we're resolving a little problem, if we're exposing a petty problem, that is changing the world. As to today's topic of today's discussion, it seems to me, it appears to me that never shall we have such a situation when fake news shall be gone forever. But ourselves as human beings, we know how to adapt. 2 years ago, we couldn't imagine a situation with the pandemic. We would never think we would live in apocalyptic conditions, but we adapted ourselves. We are proceeding our normal existence. I think the relations between fake news and journalism shall be the same. Both will learn how to survive.
You pointed out this infodemic that we are facing, very much perhaps like the pandemic is never going to go away entirely. It's just a matter of how we're going to adjust to it and learn to live with it. Final remarks from London. Todd, I know, having known you for over 2 decades, I know you're as passionate a journalist as they come. So I don't have to ask you what motivates you, but still, I think and this discussion has clearly brought this to the forefront. These are complicated times for journalists.
Yeah, very complicated times. Look, as you said, I'm very passionate. I go to bed every night. I wake up in the morning. The first thing I want to know is what happened in some country in the world that maybe I've never been to, or that's 4 or 5 time zones away. I'm optimistic because right now we're in a period of transition. It's not much different than the period of transition we had from, say, newspapers to radio, then to television. And so we're just trying to figure out this digital media thing that goes into social media, and I think eventually we'll figure out the business model so that we can do things responsibly. I think there'll be some regulation of the social media platforms, and I think everything will work itself out, but right now I do agree that we are in a period of turbulence that needs to be analyzed and thought about in a very specific way.
Everything will work itself out at the end. Final remarks, final words from Sergei.
I've been working on television for the last 14 years. Television is the thing where every day is a new day. Nobody cares about your yesterday's successes and ratings. Everyone cares about how you behave and operate today. I have gotten used to that. That's why my view into the future is optimistic. Governments, lawyers, they will find ways to regulate the social media. This is taking place in Australia, in Russia. Currently, Kazakhstan is preparing its own legislation. It will take place. Take it from me. Things will be okay, believe me you.
We take that wind of positivity that you have provided, not just you, but everyone. A lot of information. Little truth, ladies and gentlemen. I can only speak for myself. There was a lot of information and a lot of truth that I've heard here today on stage from our speakers here in Nur-Sultan and London. Fascinating discussion. Fascinating. You're all coming from very different countries, different cultures, different challenges, but at the end of the day, I think what unifies us is the belief that we do want to perform and produce quality journalism out there in order to educate, Anastasia, and educate the public better, especially in complicated times like these. This wraps up this very informative, very lively session. Thank you so much. And Todd, Anastasia, Kiel, Ahmed, Ksenia, and Sergei, this is your applause. Thank you so much.
And a big thank you. And a big thank you to Ali as well. Just to let you know, we've got one more session coming up. We're going to have a short coffee break now, and would like you to participate with your questions and comments. So don't forget, you can put your hands up and participate in the room, as well as those online and using the app as well. So starting again at 4:30 on the dot. Again, thank you to Ali and his panelists. Thank you very much.
Danke.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions. Weighty arguments and search for compromises. World-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itan TASS.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It is absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында және әрине Халық банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық банк төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык-банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык-банк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык-банк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. и 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получаете на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии.
Времени суток.
И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее.
Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем.
Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions. Weighty arguments and search for compromises. World-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itan Tars.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
Is absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of today at the Eurasian Media Forum. And what better way to wrap up the discussion than with our environment topic and a session entitled Green Strategy, Another Last Chance. And moderating this session, having come over from his base in Belgium, is the Editor-in-Chief of the EU Observer. Please give a warm welcome to Kurt de Boeuf.
Thank you very much. And it's to attend this panel on Green Strategy, Another Last Chance. And it is my honor in the first place to introduce our panelists who are from an extraordinarily diverse background and who will tackle the issue we are going to discuss today from many different angles. Let me first ask to come to the stage Mr. Timur Jantikin, who is the CEO of the Kazakhstan nuclear power plants. He is advisor to the International Atomic Agency's Director General on Technical Cooperation, Nuclear Security, and Mr. Timur, I will use the first names, it's going to be easier, is from Kazakhstan. Please have a seat. Secondly, I would like to introduce Matthew Pai, who is Head of Philosophy at the European School Brussels II. There are 4 European schools, that's why 2. And he's founder of the Climate Academy and an author of a book called Plato Tackles Climate Change. He lives in Belgium. Thirdly, I would like to introduce Nazanin Alikia. She's a humanitarian, philanthropist, human rights activist, and education ambassador. And she's joining us, I believe, from the UK, or is it rather Qatar? UK, okay, welcome very much. And then we have Irina Zhukova, who is Regional Director Sustainability for Russia and Eastern Europe, for Philip Morris International, and she's joining us online from Russia. There are 2 other panelists who are trying to connect and be with us very soon. Let me just introduce them for the moment that they will join us indeed, which is Kadu Sibunya, who is Chief Executive Officer of the African Wildlife Foundation, and he will join us from Kenya, and also Joe Ruxton, who is the founder of Ocean Generation, formerly known as Plastics Ocean, from the UK, and hopefully he will be able to join us soon online from the UK as well. So our panel, again, is a vast subject. What is the green strategy? Can we preserve what we have? And can we preserve indeed our nature and give it through the next generations? I must say that this summer, again, was the warmest summer ever recorded. And when I was driving this summer from Belgium to France, I saw floods in Belgium, in Germany, while at the same time there were wildfires and record heat waves, not just in France, but also in North America, Southern Europe, Russia. There were typhoons going on several continents in this earth. And you ask the question when you see all of that, how can this continue? How can this go forward? And certainly, of course, what needs to be done? So we have a splendid panel, again, from many different backgrounds. And my first question to each one of them, and I will ask them to respond not too long to these questions, because of course all the questions will come, as well as questions from the public. You can online file some questions who will be asked by Sue later in this session, but you can also ask questions from the public here. So if you have a question, you are in the room, just raise your hand and you can ask a question here live. Let me ask you a first question, which is, from each point of view that you are working and thinking and trying to be an activist in some ways, is what is the worst case scenario from your field? I mean, how do you think if right now nothing is done, what would the world, from your perspective, look like in the years or decades to come? You can go to 2030 or 2050 as you like. And let me start perhaps here in live with Mr. Timur from Kazakhstan, who is a specialist in nuclear power. And I mean, what is the worst case scenario, I mean, from your perspective? How do you see things evolve if we don't do anything? Please, Timur, you have the floor.
Thank you. I work in the power sector, and energy sector or power sector is the backbone for industrial development, and it's the backbone for, I would say, development of our civilization. And the humanity, as it was developing its technologies, was using different energy sources. And I work in the nuclear power sector, and I think that now time has come to start thinking about reducing the footprint of the energy sector, of the power sector. If we do nothing today, if we continue using old technology, we will deplete old resources, the resources that could have been used otherwise. This could be used as petrochemical resources and so on. Otherwise, we'll just burn them. So we need to move to new energy sources. And I think that by 2040, 2050, the humanity should be able to master the technologies, renewable energy sources, or maybe other energy sources such as nuclear energy, and hopefully they will leave a smaller footprint on the environment, on our health and our lives. If we do nothing, we'll see a destruction, we'll see depletion of resources, and we'll see elimination, or rather violation of ecosystems. And we need to act now to switch to new energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, allow me to ask you a follow-up question. I mean, not so very long time ago, I mean, we have seen, of course, the Fukushima nuclear plant, I mean, create a massive devastation in Japan and far beyond, and the seas and so forth. I mean, how big is the chance that we can see or will see another nuclear disaster? I mean, you as a nuclear specialist, how dangerous is it to keep on going with nuclear energy, in your opinion?
Well, we certainly try to increase the safety of these technologies, and the disaster that happened in Fukushima, before that, that was the Chernobyl, before that there was a 3 Mile Island, and experts looked into these accidents, and basically people know about it because this information was not hidden, was not classified. They were trying to resolve the issues, and these studies led to improvement in the safety of modern reactors. Right now, the estimate is 10 to the power of -7. That is the probability of an accident with the release of these pollutants into the environment. So it means that if this reactor will be in operation in 10 million years, there is a chance that there will be one such large-scale accident in 10 million years. Of course, with the current life of the reactors, which is 60 years approximately, with possible extension, but never 10 million years. So the probability is quite low. And these types of probabilities can assure us of the safety of this technology. Certainly, we can never guarantee it 100%. Any technology, any installation always has some probability of a malfunction, but we need to minimize those probabilities. And nuclear energy, right now, I think, is probably the safest among the energy sources that are used for baseload.
Thank you. Let me move to Irina. I mean, what is, from your perspective, again, the worst case scenario? What do you see happening if we don't do anything?
Thank you, colleagues. I would like, just give me a second, I have some problems, I can hear myself talking. Okay, let me try to continue. So I believe that any business right now understands that climate risks are among the key risks for doing business. But in our sector, we are working with many tobacco farmers who are located in many countries of the world, and certainly global warming will have an impact on their ability to grow tobacco, and that will lead to disruptions in supply chain. And to address this issue and to address more serious climate issues, in 2019 we have adopted a program document of, some companies call it statement of purpose. So basically our statement on what we are going to do and how we are going to do our business. So in addition to core business processes, we've also taken some commitments related to the environment. And certainly, we have taken larger commitments, and I hope that I'll have an opportunity to talk later about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one question. So are you saying that if climate change continues the way it is and we don't preserve, nature as it is, that maybe within, let's say, 10 or 15 years, people will not have anything to smoke anymore?
Well, you know, the smoking issue is quite challenging in itself, and that's not about smoking here, right? So if we talk about supply chains in general, so if I try to make the issue larger and look into supply chains in general, I think that any company, any business will face those climate risks because it will disrupt their supply chains.
Let me move to Nazanin from UK. I can't see her right now. Okay, hello.
Hi.
So I see that you're already working on this issue very intensively and for a very long time. So certainly you must work from a worst case scenario and how to try not to get there. So what is your vision if we don't do that?
So climate change is universal, but I think that it's very much subjective. So, you know, if we're looking at different parts of the world right now, they are living their worst case scenarios. So I don't think it's a matter of what is going to happen. It's unraveling at a different rate. And if you look at, you know, the Sahel region in Africa and Afghanistan, these places are really struggling with major issues now that is causing not just food insecurity. That food insecurity leads to, you know, conflict. That conflict leads to migration. That migration. So it's happening. I don't think it's something of the future. I think we're living it right now. We're just living in a dichotomy in different worlds to be able to really feel and understand. And it's only when it hits us as a major natural disaster and as an event that it really does affect us. But for some people, this is their day-to-day reality at the moment.
Can you give us one example or elaborate? I mean, you said in the Sahara or in Afghanistan. I mean, can you give us one more concrete example where you say, I mean, this is, a terrible thing that is happening right now. People have to move. There's no water or there's too much water. So what is for you the case that you say, look at that, and then you understand all what we need to do?
I mean, perfect example is Afghanistan. If we take Afghanistan right now, is going through a major drought to the extent that it's cut their food production down by 40%. That is food insecurity. And what does that lead to? That leads to migration, that leads to inequality, that leads to digression. I mean, there's certain parts of the world, if you look, we have really unraveled a lot of the socioeconomic gains that we've made. And Afghanistan right now is a living example for that. And I don't think in places like the UK and the US and, you know, we haven't really felt the impact of it as of yet, but it's, you know, I think the pandemic taught us that our problems are not, in isolation to one another. They're shared problems. So I think in time we're going to see the effect that has on our communities.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, I'm happy to say that Eurasian has become online. So let's go first to Matthew Pye, actually. So what is your nightmare dream about what is going to happen?
Yeah, so in agreement with Nazin, I think the worst case scenario is happening now. I don't see how it can get worse for a Pacific nation. But if we talk about looking decades into the future, well, we seem to be on an unwavering path towards 3 to 4 degree warming. And that sounds like an abstract problem, but if we put that into a metaphor of the human body, if I had a temperature of 2 degrees, I would be struggling to think clearly now and be on this stage. And if I had a temperature of 4 degrees, medicine calls that hyperpyrexia, and I'd be just 1 day, 1 hour or 2 away from death. So if we have a planet that's on track towards 4 degrees, this is a problem which will, in the end, be universal, and these issues like the German floods and all these particular issues will affect everybody systemically. Now, I think as a philosopher, we have always to be attentive to data, and so therefore to kind of put just to ground all of this, we're in a situation now where the concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are at 413, and that's not just a historic level, that's a profoundly historic level. The greenhouse gases have wavered in a stable equilibrium between 180 and 300 parts per million, and we just shunted them into a completely different gear. So if you're dealing with a planetary system with all kinds of chaotic forces, who knows how it's going to play out, but it won't look funny. So I think you can see already some of these things. We have a warming at the moment of 1.2 degrees, we're already at 1.2. And if you just think of the 3 basic elements of being a human being, food, water, shelter, sea level rises in the Mekong River, that's causing terrible problems of salination for rice. Water, the Himalayas, the projections on the glaciers are absolutely terrible, and over 2 billion people will suffer from that. And then just shelter, if you think of California and these parts, huge tracts of land will just become uninsurable. So we're right in the middle of something which is unfolding in an absolutely terrible pathway, and underneath it all, just to finish, our emissions are still accelerating.
Thank you. I mean, some would say that, if you look into history, that we have periods when the Earth was cooling down, the ice ages and so forth, and periods when the Earth was warming up. And there have been periods in the past that perhaps was less dramatic. What do you say to these people who are saying this?
Well, there are natural cycles in nature, the Milankovitch cycles that depend on the tilt and the wobble of the Earth and so on. But you have to ask geologists, you can ask them about that. But like I said, if you look at the territory that we're in now, has not been seen in the readings of ice core data or anything for 4 million years. So that is very unprecedented. So yes, there are always oscillations in the climate, but this is not an oscillation. This is a shunt, and this is a very dramatic shunt. And we're in completely unknown territory. And there's no way you can account for this. Well, of course you can account for it. It's human beings and fossil fuels. It's not very difficult to work out.
Thank you. Joe, if I may come to you, we're just indeed asking ourselves what is the nightmare scenario, and you look from an ocean perspective already for many years. So what do you see happening, and what is for you, let's say, if we don't do anything, what is going to happen to our oceans? So enlighten us, please.
Yes, it's difficult actually to start with something so negative. There are, I would say, quite a few major problems with the oceans, and pollution is one of them, and an area I've been concentrating on for a very long time is plastic pollution, but also effluents and from industry and from agriculture going into the ocean. The sea level rising is another issue for coastal communities, but the climate change with more and more CO2 going into the ocean, then we're looking at ocean acidification. And that means that we're affecting the growth of corals, we're affecting any animal that develops a shell and anything with a bone, so that as the larvae are developing, if there's too much acid in the waters, they're going to find that very difficult to do. The other area that concerns me is coastal development. Certainly in places where there are mangroves. Mangroves are so important for sequestering carbon dioxide. I think we talk about the whole problem with climate change, but leave out the ocean as a solution. We need to protect mangroves, seagrass beds, salt marshes. These are so important for giving us oxygen, for absorbing CO2. And I think until the ocean becomes much more of a focus, we are going to continue to watch it decline. And then, of course, there's fisheries. There's overfishing, there's bycatch, there's illegal fishing. A lot of it is out of control. And that is something that we do need to get a handle on. It's not about profit, because if we continue like this, it's the fishermen themselves that will be as much of an endangered species as the fish.
Can you give one example that most people don't know that is already changing in our oceans and that has let's say, an effect that we don't think about, but that is going to be very important, or already is important right now?
I think with the ocean, it's not so much what we do know, because to me, the problem of ocean acidification is almost unbearable to think about. But the problem with the ocean is that we know so little about it. We know so little about the deep ocean. And if we're doing, for example, bottom trawling with massive nets being dragged across the bottom, not only are we destroying habitats and species that we've yet to discover that could have a whole host of solutions for us in medicine and in food and so many other things, but we are releasing carbon that has been stored there for millennia just by stirring it up and allowing it back into the water column. So we don't know the damage we're doing to the seabed. We don't know what's down there. Every time a sub goes down, they're discovering new species of fish. What concerns me is that we're going to destroy it before we even realize what we're losing.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me stay with you, for, let's say, another question, which is, you say we don't want to start so negative. So let us become a bit more concrete in a way, like what needs to be done from your perspective? We all know that, of course, that we are moving from the one COP to the other, from the one climate summit to the other,
yes,
trying to get the emissions down. But from your perspective, what needs to be done urgently?
I think the ocean has to be moved up the list of priorities. I think that has to be not only in COP and other massive global conferences, but in education too, because our children, and certainly my grandchildren, are still growing up thinking that the oxygen comes from the forests and that the forests absorb our CO2. The ocean provides much more than half of the oxygen we breathe, and is the biggest sequester of carbon dioxide that we have. And until we get those priorities right, we're always going to leave the ocean in the background. We're just going to think it's fine to keep throwing our rubbish in there, to take everything out of it, to mine all of the minerals and destroy everything in the process. I honestly think that if children grew up understanding that the ocean is our life support system, there would be a lot more respect for it. And that has to get into these big conferences. That has to get into the education system right from the start. And then all of us will be advocates. And there are so many solutions that come from the ocean, even simple things like health and well-being.
Okay, thank you. But one more question, and then I will go to Nazanin. How would you say to someone living in Kazakhstan, where there is no access to any ocean or real sea,
yes,
except for the Caspian, that an ocean is important? I assume
yes,
that most haven't even seen an ocean in their life.
It's a perfect example, And I say that the same thing to people who live in Alice Springs in Australia or in the Midwest America. Every second breath you take comes from the ocean. Without the ocean, you will not stay alive. It doesn't matter where you live or how far you live from the ocean. Without the ocean, every second breath you take, you would struggle for, because it's providing that oxygen. And it doesn't matter. I live right by the coast. I'm no different to anybody else who lives in the center of the largest continents.
Thank you very much. I think every second breath you take comes from the ocean is already, for me, the quote of this hour.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let me go to Nazanin, if I may. I mean, you were talking about, indeed, the Sahara, about Afghanistan, and other dramas already going right on. I mean, what is the highest point on your agenda? I mean, what should be done from your perspective as the first thing, let's say, in the years to come, or even in the months to come, as we have, of course, COP26 coming up in Belfast very soon?
I think we need to start to focus on building resilient communities. I think we really need to start focusing on weatherproofing our infrastructure, building more sustainably, not just thinking about our carbon footprint. Because, you know, unfortunately, today we're still talking about climate change as if it's something of the future. And it's very much here, it's affecting every single one of us in different ways, some worse than other, but it is affecting us. And, you know, as I said earlier, those catastrophic events have the potential to unravel a lot of things. So if we're building strong and we're building infrastructure that is waterproof, that is, flood-proof, fireproof, you know, we don't have to take those steps back when we are faced with adversity. I think that the best way to go forward is to plan for now, take action now, and expect the worst. And, you know, also simultaneously focusing on how do we, you know, build for a more sustainable future? How do we change our practices? So I think the first thing to do, in my opinion, was to build resilient infrastructure.
But how would you do that? I mean, take, for example, Afghanistan that you mentioned yourself, or just take Tigray region where there's a famine going on in Ethiopia. I mean, how can you start, I mean, making these communities more resilient? I mean, I think many people have tried in the last decades or even longer, and they might say, like, it's not working. I mean, what are we doing wrong, or what should we do differently in the future?
Well, a lot of the problems that we're talking about stem from intersectional issues. So inequality, lack of access to education, lack of access to work, no livelihood. So, you know, everything is quite interrelated. So when we're thinking about investment, if we're investing in, for example, something that I personally focus on a lot, women and girls, ensuring we have an equal society. That way we have more opinion, more voices at the table, more experience, inequality, education, and, you know, just diversifying the workplace. So I think it's, if we look at the root of the problems as opposed to thinking, where do I even start now, just addressing those one by one, then we can look at, okay, well, we're addressing that. How can we utilize new technologies to build better infrastructure? There are companies today, there's one that is building recycled material from recycled plastics. So they're utilizing recycled waste. They build bricks, and they build infrastructure that is fireproof, earthquake-proof, water, you know, and these are the kind of things that as investors, as philanthropists, we need to start focusing on.
Okay, thank you. Let me get to Timur. You were already talking about the need to the shift to green energy, but we have to say it's going very slowly. So, I mean, in some countries it's going very fast, and others it's going very slowly. I mean, I think, for example, here in Kazakhstan there might be many more opportunities to, for example, wind energy, solar energy. And what should be done to step up our pace? I mean, because on the pace at which it's going right now, we're not going to get there on time. So what do you think should happen right now?
I think that we, of course, need to resolve the green energy problem in complex. When I say complex, it means not only studying wind generators and other alternative types of energy, but other things. For example, currently, mankind are designing and building up electric-driven vehicles. And it consumes energy. All of it concerns energy. So how much energy are we spending to produce one vehicle of the kind? And the second problem is the stable, sustained provision of population with electric and heat. Sustained development stands for sustained energy. Of course, there are opportunities and options for alternative energy, solar plants, wind energy plants, but at the same time, let's not forget about the basic, the conventional energy facilities. We just have to calculate accurately how much, in addition to traditional energy facilities of wind and other types of alternative sources of energy, we can install. We have this mission in front of us. The government instructed us to do so. By 2050, we are supposed to transfer 50% of our energy to alternative sources, hydrocarbons-free resources. More than a half of our future power plants are supposed to be driven not by coal and not by oil and gas. I work in the nuclear company, that's why I always praise atomic energy. And at the same time, we must pay due attention to wind generation technology and think about how to improve the effectivity of solar electricity plants. So I think the task standing in front of us, the deadline 2060, the objective to minimize the hydrocarbon trail is quite achievable. This is what constitutes the principles of sustained development of the Kazakh modern society.
Let me ask you this question. I mean, in Belgium, where I'm from, I mean, the discussion is right now, if we can get to these goals, to these climate goals in 2050 or 2060, if we stop nuclear energy. So this debate is actually going on at the same time. I mean, we should stop this nuclear plants, we should close them, but at the same time, if we do so, we'll probably always be incapable of reaching the other goals, the climate goals that we have been promised to do. So is it possible, I mean, you can talk about Kazakhstan, but also, let's say, perhaps on a world scale, worldwide, is it possible to do both things? Stop nuclear energy and at the same time reach the climate goals that without oil, I mean, and carbon, coal, excuse me.
Well, I think that without nuclear energy, we shall not achieve alternative goals, because the output of solar and wind facilities is not that high, and if to talk honestly, the cost value is not that cheap. Second thing is the base energy, the conventional energy. It must be generated from stable, sustained sources. Unfortunately, alternative energy is not stable. It has a lot of problems with the integration with the conventional energy system. There is nothing terrifying about that. This is a matter of big discussions. We see a lot of discussions ongoing in the European Union, by the way, whether to include or not to include nuclear energy into green energy. Russia has included. European Union are still in process of discussing all pros and contras. But my personal opinion is that without nuclear, we shall not achieve the green energy, because the time lapse is pretty short, until 2050.
Let me go to Irina. I mean, you were talking about supply chains and the danger of disruption of supply chains. In your worst case scenario, actually, so from your point of view, I mean, what is highest on the agenda, or what should be higher on the agenda and should be tackled in the years to come?
Let us, colleagues, let me tell a little bit how we view on the problem as business people. As I've said, to us it is of utmost importance to have environmental agenda integrated into our business mission. We are adherent to the Paris climate bargain. We have seriously reconsidered our mission, target and goals. We've made them more ambitious. We have several scopes of activity. That is the reduction of emissions. And if to take a look globally, we operate in more than 180 countries, and last year we have reduced our emissions compared to 2019 by 18%. Our final goal is total neutrality, and we want to achieve it by 2030. We already have 2 factories. In total, we have 39 factories. 2 of them are now totally green and operating in the new pilot regime. For us, it is of utmost importance to fulfill all green agenda items. For example, such a thing as corporate vehicles. We have a lot of vehicles, and we want to eventually substitute those vehicles with electrically driven cars. Waste cycling and management is another big problem of ours. We have a representative office in Kazakhstan, and that company today are conducting very active enlightenment activity among local Kazakh population about the proper recycling, the proper division of waste by types. So these are the initiatives we have for Kazakhstan. And our company are paying quite serious attention, not only to the enlightenment projects, but to some specific volunteering projects. This is when we parachute our people out in the streets where they take part in various public activities, such as streets cleaning, etc., etc. In Kazakhstan, almost 90% of our wastes are being recycled today. So we have touched upon the smoking issue a little bit. I wanted to talk a little bit about smoking. Currently, the company is under serious transformation. We want to sooner or later introduce new products that offer reduced risks for smokers, and we want to abandon some of traditional means of smoking. The new devices, this is what I imply. So in the past, our company had nothing to do with electronics. Today, because of our new devices, new gadgets, we are actively penetrating the electronic market. And we have a new program for the reutilization of the used devices, and that program is currently being tested in various countries. When we work with our providers and vendors, we are also applying the new procurement and logistic principles that must be compliant to the principles of sustained development and green economics. This is of utmost importance to us. All those innovations that help us to save on water, save on electric light, save on other resources, they are to the benefit of the company, and the money saved from that may be redirected into green economy. And ourselves as human beings, as a corporate entity, as a corporate citizen, we pay very serious attention to what we are discussing here now. Take it from me.
Well, thank you for an overview of what actually a very important multinational is doing, also trying to do. And in the view of many people, I mean, I think that they see, well, multinationals as the main, well, culprit, of the main, like doing the most harm to the environment. If you look at not just your company, because you have been explaining this, but do your colleagues, I mean, other, let's say, big firms, do you see an equal amount of effort being done to really, well, improve, let's say, or decrease the footprint of the company on nature in general?
Well, it's pretty much complicated for me to talk on behalf of other companies, because it's not quite righteous to evaluate the other corporate entities. But to my mind, at present, the sustained development agenda makes it necessary, makes it an absolute necessity. And it looks like this is the only way for a big business to survive under new reality. Today we are seeing a lot of active discussions in the Russian Federation, and I'm more than sure that in Kazakhstan you are also discussing those affairs, mobilizing all concerned parties, particularly regulatory bodies, civil society. Of course, big corporations are under big pressure today. And today we know that younger generation are well aware about the environmental attitudes, about the environmental agenda, and this is what they're expecting from the big business. Of course, this is not a simple task. This is not a simple history, but to my mind, this is the only option for the big business to survive in the new reality. We must transform, we must walk towards sustained development.
Thank you. Matthew, I mean, you already touched upon like what needs to be done. I mean, made the question a bit more concrete. So you said, I mean, if you have 1.5 degrees more as a temperature of your body, I mean, you start feeling very badly. And if it's more, I mean, you can't think properly anymore. So I mean, you're talking about the global warming, obviously, and about what should be done. But let's make it as concrete as possible. So in your opinion, I mean, what is the most urgent thing, perhaps concrete thing, that we should do in the years to come?
Yeah, I'm going to be modest and say it's not my opinion first. 1.5 degrees, as you say, is not comfortable. And we know that there's a budget for that, a carbon budget. And that's known by science, and it's known very clearly. And that's 233 gigatons. So we can still emit another 233 gigatons into the atmosphere and have a good chance of staying at 1.5. So that is what it all comes down to. I mean, there's all these different angles and perspectives, different initiatives, but at the end of the day, that's the budget. And I think that when you ask, what's the concrete solution? Well, it's not more complicated than that. Now, there are two, in terms of how do we achieve that, I think there are two major things to say. And the first is with media, and the second is with governments. If you think about media coverage of climate, it's extremely pervasive. And we have, all sorts of climate, especially after Greta, there's a big surge in climate coverage. But there is no coverage of a climate index. We don't have a carbon budget index. And by its emission, that's a really freaky fact. When you open The Economist, you have all the gold, all the oil prices, all the inflation rates, all the GDP rates, but we don't have a handle on that carbon budget. You go to COP. I was in COP 25 in Madrid. At no point is the carbon budget addressed or central to media coverage of anything. So nothing is ever measured according to just the hard truths of what it all adds up to. And I think that here we have many major media companies. That is something that I think they have to step up to. Now you say, well, I've lied a little bit in that there is actually an index. And this index has been worked out by the climate scientists that I work with, Birgit van Munster and Michael Wadley, and they're in close collaboration with the world's most eminent scientists. You can go on the website, could 11%, and this website takes that index and it gives every single nation of the world what their fair responsibility is for that global 233 gigatons that are remaining. And if I just break that down a little bit, if you think that every year we emit 42 gigatons into the atmosphere, and if there are 233 left, that means we have 6 years before 1.5. Now, but when you match that with, as you mentioned before, Europe's targets for 2050 or targets for 2060 or whatever, those timescales are way off. And so in some ways we just need a reality check, and that's not happened. The media currently is not holding governments or corporations or anybody to account. So this carbon index should be out there. And in terms of our country, Belgium, if you look at the data for that, in order to stay under 2 degrees C, Belgium should cut its emissions by 14% per year, starting from today. That's for 2 degrees. And for 1.5, you can go and look it up on the website, because it's a shocking truth.
Right. Thank you. So we're discussing now already 1 hour. We have half an hour to go. So we had many perspectives. I mean, there's one question coming, but before I do, I would like to ask you one question that obviously everybody wants to know. Is like, I mean, you authored a book on Plato tackles climate change. Can you explain briefly what Plato has to do with climate change?
Yeah.
I mean, just very briefly.
That's a challenge, because Heidegger took 1 year to take the first sentence of Plato, so I'll be quicker than that. In the end, I conclude with the fact that individual actions are simply not enough. The type of scale of reform and infrastructure that's required can only happen through legislation. You need governments. Once you have the media making this number clear, then you need to have governments that can act on it, because all of our energy policies, everything is wired into the matrix of a legal system. And unless you set clear boundaries, if I just give one example, I heard Boris Johnson talk about the ambitious UK policy about climate change, but if I'm a teacher in a school, if we had an ambitious policy to reduce the number of poisonous pizzas in the canteen, I don't think ambitious is really a kind of a fitting adjective for that. So I think we have to get rid of the word ambitious and just, are we meeting the carbon budget or not? And so therefore, once you have the data in front of you, then you have a law to frame it. So laws simply, Messi can play wonderful football on a slightly smaller pitch, and it's the same. We need climate laws which bind nations to targets which are rooted in science and not rooted in general kind of waffly ambitions.
I think that's clearer than Plato himself, so thank you.
Well,
so one question from the audience. I would like to repeat that if you're sitting here, so please do not hesitate to raise your hand if you have a question. Also, people online, please put your questions online.
The first online question is, many young, frustrated activists like Greta Thunberg place alarming statistics in front of governments and claim nothing is addressed. It is all talk.
Right. Anyone feels absolute want to address this question? Or can I go to Nazanin, please? I mean, you might share this frustration, or at least, I mean, you know what to do with it. Please, go ahead.
I mean, it's extremely frustrating because, as to the quote, yeah, she's absolutely right. We've seen her at all of the major events around climate change. We've seen her at the UN General Assembly. We've seen her at the World Economic Forum. And she has been ringing the alarm for quite some time. And the statistics that Matthew talks about, they're not unaware of this. The problem is the lack of political will. And unfortunately, you know, we've seen the lack of cooperation, the lack of multilateral. This is a pandemic waiting to happen in its own. And until there is political will on all sides, until everybody comes together, the biggest polluters in the world are held accountable. The countries that are polluting the most are held accountable, not offsetting your carbon footprint, not sending your production over to China, actually changing the way you consume, changing the way your society consumes, advocating for more sustainability. I'm 100% with Matthew. Nothing is going to change unless these legislations are put in place. Right now, we have, you know, way too many companies lobbying and greenwashing their, you know, their emissions and their polluters. And again, it's a matter of accountability and legislation, as Matthew said. So I do agree with that quote.
Okay, Matthew?
Yeah, I think you can take quite a good example from Martin Luther King. You know, if we think about Greta Thunberg, she certainly brought many people onto the streets. But what did Martin Luther King fight for? He fought for laws, and he wasn't satisfied. He was kind of intolerant of slightly, you know, gestures towards a solution. He didn't stop until the Civil Rights Act was signed, because he knew that that was the thing, that was the matrix within which everything else would be sorted out. And I think that's what, now that the climate strikes are active, now that we have people on the street, now that awareness has been raised, we have to get to the next level. And the next level is a focused demand for science to guide policies. Otherwise, you're right, it can just feel like always saying the same thing, always, you know, cut emissions, cut emissions. You have to give it a focus now, and time is short.
Joe, I mean, can you add something from your perspective?
Yes, I'm totally nodding and agreeing with everything that's being said, and Matthew has set things out very well about explaining in such a simple way the problem that we've got and emphasizing it. I think one of the problems, and I can't speak for you know, governments around the world, but certainly looking at ours, I'm in the UK, is that the politicians are in place for such a short time, so they have a very short focus, much of which is on their own careers and their own retirement. So they will do things that will see them through for that length of time, and then after that doesn't seem to matter. So we need to look at, you know, beyond a 4-year period when people have been voted into power. And the other thing is there is no expertise. The person in charge of the environment might have been the education secretary before that, the foreign secretary before that. There's no expertise and qualified people leading the departments that they've been put in charge of. And that, I think, is, it shouldn't be up to the green groups, it shouldn't be up to the filmmakers and the people on the street to have to tell them what to do. If they were qualified in it, they would know. And I don't know how to change that. And then, of course, greenwashing is another massive issue, and certainly one that we've seen with plastics, because they're seeing incineration as a way to dispose of it, which couldn't be more wrong. Or people think recycling's the answer, and recycling isn't recycling, it's downcycling, and most of the time it only happens once. So all of these things that they hide behind as solutions don't convince me and shouldn't convince people when they're not true, and it's just too easy to greenwash and too easy to plan for their own retirement, is my summary.
Thank you, thank you. I believe there's another question from the public, I mean.
Yes, another online question. What would be the worst scenario for humanity if we do not take action?
Anyone? Matthew feels...
Well, I think the worst case scenario, like the really worst case, of course, is that you end up pushing the climate into these tipping points. And yeah, I don't think I would ever read a bedtime story to a child where we describe what 6 degrees looks like. But we may, if we allow ourselves to go over 1.5 and 2 degrees, then we're entering to that minefield. And that's the ultimate. I mean, that's completely inhospitable to humankind. So, yeah.
We have a question from a lady here in the public.
Здравствуйте.
Hi, I'll speak Russian.
Sorry, just for the question, thank you.
I would like to ask the following question. It's a topic of the Aral Sea and the Balkhash Lake here in Kazakhstan. The Aral Sea is called an environmental catastrophe in Central Asia. This used to be the fourth biggest lake in the world, and lately, people are starting to say that the local Balkhash lake is following the path of the Aral Sea, and that could lead to reduction in the fresh water available to people. Many people are now talking about it in the media. However, I don't see any actions by the state or any recommendations on how to stop this process of the drying up. What could we do? Any recommendations, any ideas? What can be done with this issue?
I believe, Timo, that she was watching your direction. I'm not sure if you can answer the question, but was it for you? Oh, I give Timo the floor, please, yeah.
Well, I'm not a hydrology expert, of course, but indeed, the problem of the Balkhash Lake is the problem of the inflow into the lake from the rivers. As far as I understand right now, the biggest issue lies in the transboundary rivers. If the governments don't agree on the water use, the use of the water from a certain river basin, then we might face the same situation as with the Aral Sea. We also see that there is a fluctuation in the sea level on the Caspian Sea. It's this problem of these lakes. This might be also related to climate change. Maybe it's the question of evaporation being greater than the inflow of water. I guess it's up to the specialists. They need to join efforts. And it's not only about Kazakhstan, but it's also about cooperation with the neighboring states. They need to regulate the issue of water use somehow, water inflow.
Anyone else who knows something about the Aral Sea? I've been flying over it, and you can see that both the rivers who are normally feeding the sea are actually dried up, or the water is used for different things. So when the rivers are going to the sea, then there's actually nothing there anymore. But Matthew has perhaps another opinion.
No. I think in some ways these examples are good to hold, to help us imagine climate change. We should stare at that and think through that this is going to play out across all sea levels and everything. I mean, if you just go back 16,000 years, we built our whole civilization on the sea levels that we inherited from there. But there's 80 meters of sea level that can still happen. And that's kind of an unimaginable thing. So I think if we, in a way, meditate on things like the Aral Sea, it helps us focus the mind to think, yeah, things can be different. The status quo, it's not fixed.
I'm not sure, Joe, if you have, it's not an ocean, of course, it's the Aral Sea. Do you have any knowledge about that? Or
Not specifically, no, but I think we all need to expand our own horizons. When you're walking beside a river, if somebody, for example, chucks a cigarette butt into the river, I think they need to think about the fate of that. All rivers will lead to the ocean or drain into big lakes. What is going to happen to that in the end? We're very inwardly focused. We don't think beyond our own years on this planet. And if you look at indigenous people, they think generations ahead. For example, in Hawaii, the first settlers there, everything they do, every action they take, they consider the effects 7 generations ahead. We just think about our own lives. We've become very selfish. But if we were to think of the actions that we're taking now, how is that going to affect 7 generations beyond ours? Is it going to cause problems for them? Is it going to mean that their world is going to be compromised? And if we could stop focusing inwardly, stop just thinking about ourselves and think about the generations to come, think about how this is going to affect other people, then maybe we'd be better people and we'd have a better planet. When I think of recycling here, all going off to China, and China finally said, no, we don't want it. because they never really did. They only wanted some of it. So what do? Instead of recognizing it as a problem, we'll send it to Malaysia, we'll send it to Poland, we'll send it to Turkey. It's always, as long as we don't have to think about it, we have to start taking responsibility. And we have to start taking responsibility for other nations and the planet that can be affected by our own actions. That was a very long way going from rivers into the lakes, but it does all matter. We are all connected.
When you talk about rivers and about, the Aral Sea, I have to think of Genghis Khan and his army. Actually, within the Mongol armies, when you threw something in a river, you got death penalty immediately. So it was the most sacred thing. Don't touch the rivers. I'm not saying we have to reintroduce it, but just to say that taking care of rivers is not something that is brand new. Some other question, but before this, of course, we started with, let's say, with dramatic scenarios. And you can feel a little bit of frustration. Going around. Can I do an effort in order to turn this around, also for the listeners, and so that they're not going to quit the session just in depression, actually? And it is that every single one of you, actually has been fighting, has done something to improve, the situation, to improve, be it the oceans, be it wildlife. Unfortunately, Kadu cannot be with us, but I would like to hear some personal story here. Like, you have been fighting this for so long. What have you done, and what is possible to do from a personal perspective? And I think that might cheer up or inspire, I think, all the people listening to you, and there are a few hundreds. And let me perhaps start with Timur. Because your case, of course, it might sound technical, but it is so important. So can you, in a few minutes, say what are you doing, what are you trying to do, and perhaps where have you been successful? I think that might be a good story to hear.
It's a challenging question. All right. So first of all, I also wanted to do a small follow-up on this water problem. I think that we have two problems at the same time. It's the glaciers melting. You know that right now the glaciers are melting, and that is another issue that might be partially related to the energy sector, because some of the pollutants that we have in the energy sector, some dust or ash might be collecting in the mountains, in the glaciers, and that also leads to greater melting. Well, speaking about my experience, about my case, of course, I've worked in the nuclear sector, and I truly believe that the nuclear power will harm the environment less, and I try to promote this idea in Kazakhstan, especially since Kazakhstan has some experience with a nuclear power plant which was actually shut down in 1991. So that is probably my biggest contribution. I believe that although this is a small contribution, it's still a contribution to reducing the footprint on the environment coming from the power sector.
Okay, thank you. Nazanin, when I hear you talking, I feel the passion and also the anger sometimes. What do you do, in order to change concretely? And if you have any success, it would be great to hear that. It can be as concrete as possible.
Yeah, so one of the interesting projects that I'm working on this year, and is pertinent to the region, I partnered with UNICEF Kazakhstan to launch a program for a group of 20 girls that are that go through a curriculum based on building nanosatellites, and these nanosatellites are then sent into space and into the atmosphere, where they measure air quality and detect different sort of mineral resources. And going back to the point that I made earlier on addressing the root of the problem, so simultaneously looking at technology and how technology can help propel us forward, but also incorporating a model where there's inclusivity, diversity, there's more women, you're empowering women, you're encouraging more people to get into STEM education. So things like this where you're really touching the fundamental root of the problem, as opposed to just saying, well, let's figure out how we can utilize it. We have to incorporate everything together. It's going to take serious mobilization and serious commitment to all of the goals that we have in terms of equality. So that's one of them. Another one which I mentioned was the plastic brick project, which we're planning on launching in Africa. You know, utilizing plastic waste to build these classrooms, because again, you know, there's for all our different rates at which we're dealing with these problems with plastic pollution in certain parts of the world. Instead of fighting it, we incorporate a solution that gives the community a way of being able to actually make a profit on the problem, as opposed to drown in it.
Thank you. Let me go to Irina. I mean, you already gave quite an overview of what Philip Morris International is doing, but I think in order for our audience to grasp what one person probably also can do, even in a multinational, I think your story might be inspiring. So where are your successes? And I'm sure there are quite a few. So please promote your own work a bit. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. You know, I think that every person can make a contribution. That's true. And here in Russia, I'm also the head of the corporate volunteering council, which brings together about 100 companies. So we are talking about being proactive volunteers. And my colleagues in Kazakhstan are doing the same. And we are doing it as part of our own will. It's not about work. And we have so many employees in our companies. And many employees have these additional needs to contribute to the society. They want to participate in some environmental cleaning campaigns or other activities. But also, it's about raising awareness, and it's about explaining people why our actions are important. And often when we conduct this type of activities, we see whole families coming, and by raising awareness among them, we are creating dozens of ambassadors of these ideas, and they can spread these ideas through their families, between their friends. That's part of my personal contribution. But I think that every one of us can do a lot, actually not noticing it. It's when we are turning off the light, when we are stopping the water flow if we are not using it, just turning off the faucet. All of us can contribute to this issue. And you know, also one more thing. I wanted to mention a few words from the standpoint of the company. All these things that I've told before can be also confirmed by international rankings. We are among the few companies that have this AAA ranking, so the highest rankings in terms of CDP and in terms of the way we treat the water use, the climate, and the use of forests. Not many companies can actually brag about this AAA status. So, thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, I mean, how do you change the world?
Yeah, I'm kind of used to being, in philosophy has a great tradition of making people feel uncomfortable, so if I've created a negative vibe, then I own it.
You're welcome.
But I can do inspiring as well. I think if you look at, just go back to Martin Luther King, and if you think about the situation during the Montgomery bus boycotts and etc., when Rosa Parks sat on the bus and refused to move, she said one thing in her head. She said she just had the word Emmett Till. Emmett Till. So Emmett Till was the young boy who was brutally murdered in the Deep South. And by having an open coffin at his funeral, that triggered a whole... So sometimes negative things do actually cause inspirational shifts. And just 9 years later, the Civil Rights Act was signed. So society is shiftable. and you can have paradigm shifts quickly. So that, you know, we can be optimistic. If we're brave enough to look at it, that can sometimes trigger dramatic change. So more concretely, just for myself, I think that we have to get out of the paradigm of thinking about ourselves as simply consumers. So less meat, less this, less that. And we have to recognize that we're fuller people than that. We're social, we are civic, we have values, and if we could awaken that spirit, then you can see transformative change happening. And that's what I'm doing in my Climate Academy. The Climate Academy starts with knowledge, and then they move on to do civic engagement and social life.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you, what is the Climate Academy?
Okay. So, like Plato, you have an intense education. His was 50 years, but I have to be a bit more modest, so it's 2. And I house gifted and talented people in a school, in my school, and they go on to develop projects which have a big impact, both locally, but also with a global kind of universal reach as well, so that they can be like multiplied. So they have to think systemically from the beginning. And that's the shift that has to happen. We have to get away from just thinking of ourselves as consumers and getting to think of ourselves as like the full human being. I think we've had our imaginations cropped by the media and by politics. But the good thing is, like with Microsoft, when an image is cropped, you can click and just drag it, and you can restore the full image. So.
Yeah. Okay, Joe. I mean, what did you do? And I mean, we know what it's about, but concretely, I mean, how did you do that? And perhaps, I mean, where were your successes? I mean, yeah.
It's probably worth saying, I used to work for the BBC in the Natural History Unit and making underwater documentaries. And we were always showing the oceans as if they were in perfect condition and full of fish and full of life and that everything was fine. I had problems with that because as somebody who's been diving in the oceans for more than 3 decades, I had seen changes and I've witnessed the problems, but I could not get the BBC to cover environmental issues. They always said, people just want to be entertained. And I've always felt that people actually want to do the right thing. I think most people on this planet are good people, but a lot of the time they get overwhelmed by problems and don't know which direction to go in. I left the BBC because I wanted to make my own documentary about the truth of what was happening in our ocean. Those plastic, something tangible, and it's something that actually each of us can take a part in resolving. The very fact that we're making single-use items out of something that was designed to last forever, designed not to decompose, so designed to defy nature, and we're making things you can only use once and throw away. The minute you get that mindset, it's easy to change. My challenge was to make a film about plastic pollution interesting, because actually, if you think about it, it would bore me too. But once you storytell around it, you use charismatic characters to tell the story. For example, blue whales. You can bring people in, and then people are engaged with it, and people want to do the right thing. When I started, it was in 2009, and I've done a lot of school talks around the world. And the kids, it was all new information to them, and they soaked it up like sponges, and they became incredible ambassadors for the ocean. And they their peers, their parents, their teachers into doing the right thing. When I go to schools now, these children already know. They are so informed and determined to do something. And they are the ones, I think, that are going to make us do the right thing. I always used to think we can't wait for them to grow up. We've got to get to the politicians now. The children are always already getting to the politicians. And I have so much hope for the future. And the changes I've seen in the way people are coming up with solutions and alternatives to single-use plastic items, and using plastic waste and valuing it and turning it into things like the house bricks, as was explained just now. There's so much we can do, and we have to stop bombarding people with negative information in the press and the media particularly, and start to give people hope, and start to give people knowledge, and start to give them the tools they need to write their lives. And that goes from everyone from the 3-year-olds right through the politicians, because underneath it all, everyone's good and everyone wants to do the right thing.
Thank you so much. I mean, in general, indeed, we started with the worst case scenario, and I hope that you realize how inspiring your personal stories actually are, and how that will motivate people, perhaps not to call them to become more ambitious, but at least to do something, because it's possible. I think we have 3 more minutes. Maybe there's one more question from the public, which we will respond in a short and brief way. Sue?
So another question from online is, who do you think is more responsible for pollution, individual people or the government?
I can talk about...
Sorry, please go ahead.
Yes, I don't think we can point the fingers at any one person. I think we all need to look at our own plastic footprint, for example, or our own pollution footprint, because each person can make a difference, whether you're part of a corporation or not. If you're part of a corporation, you still have a voice and there's something you can do. What we don't want to do is say, oh, it's that particular big corporation there, because that lets us off the hook, and none of us should be off the hook if we are part of the problem. And if we are part of the problem, we can be part of the solution. It's a jigsaw puzzle that needs to fit. And as long as all of us take responsibility, whatever level you are, whatever job you're doing, that's how we'll turn these things around.
Anyone else wants to add something?
And just to add on what Joe was just saying, I think the problem has been we've been finger pointing for too long. And I think that just has to stop. Every single one of us needs to take accountability and needs to do their part. So I'm completely in agreement with what Joe said.
There's one final question here from the floor. From the...
Да, спасибо большое.
I have a question to our foreign speakers. I would like to learn how things are like in their countries, because in our country, recently we've seen a struggle between environmental activists and businessmen who want to, for example, big hotels and develop their businesses in some beautiful natural sites. Untouched natural sites. So environmental people are getting very uptight. Who do you think is righteous in this argument? Do you think any compromise is possible? And in your country, if you had at all these kind of situations, how did you resolve them?
Can someone take, let's say, the foreign perspective very briefly? Matthew?
I think again, the Green Deal, all these Green Deals, they have to be seen as positive. You know, all of the things that we're fighting for, all these infrastructure changes and everything, it's kind of an unfair dichotomy to say that, you know, well, this kind of negative climate agenda, it's a chance to regenerate, to restore wildlife, to have healthier lives. So I think there's not a conflict, and I think that in the case of particular countries, as long as we have that perspective, I think that will help synthesize these opposing forces.
Okay, let me conclude. So just with one single question for each one of you, and you just have to answer with a number. From 1 to 10, how optimistic are you if it comes to the world, well, beating climate change? So from 1 to 10, I'll start with Timur.
8.
Joe? From 1 to 10, how optimistic are you?
9.
9. Okay. Irina?
I think that I think it is 10, and it is of utmost importance to act collectively. Today we have people representing various concerned parties, public associations, businesses, state officials. So if we work collectively and have a constructive dialogue, if we involve the government, the commercial sector into that constructive dialogue, I'm most certain it will be 10. I want to be optimistic.
A number from 1 to 10? One, two, three, four,
I don't know, but I'm going to say 9.9.
Okay, that's good. Matthew? I'm gonna say 10.
I'm gonna say 10 because it's.
So we ended with the cruelest disasters in the world facing climate change, and I think we ended with an overall optimism that it will happen and that we will preserve our nature and that we can give our children, or grandchildren, at least a bright future. Thank you so much, Timur. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, Nazanin. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Matthew, for this inspiring panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Microphone, please. Mr. Hahn, microphone, please.
Checking. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I'm used to not having the mic switched off. A very big thanks to Kurt and the panelists as well for that great discussion. I'm glad it ended so optimistically as we wrap up the second day of the 17th Eurasian Media Forum. We have, of course, some great discussions tomorrow. Just a quick idea, we have a session on digital power, and there's the risk of the world splitting along lines of the haves and have-nots, and of course cybersecurity challenges, who controls the information age, plus we'll explore the media and technology trends that will shape the years to come with the trends we've been witnessing. There's also a look at the future of education and labour markets as automation and AI starts to grow in the workplace. So also an interesting section we've added now, futurology and how the world might take shape as technology develops. We'll discuss that tomorrow. Please do join us. Make sure you attend. Above all, contribute, learn, and enjoy. See you tomorrow.